Wazazi wetu hawana fees. Tuwashika mimba tukiwa na
utumizi wa condom, athari za mimba za mapema.
Because of people who are able to help us.
To the 8th Pan-African Adolescent and Youth Sexual.
It's our collective declaration of regressive ideologies to hijack our health, our rights, and our silence, our evidence, our truths, and our youth. We are here to reclaim the narrative.
Hello, my name is Lucy Wanjiro. Conference, Youth Cafe Writing Wall, and I'm expressing my thoughts.
Use digital platforms to advocate for gender-based violence.
Today's youth, they are the most informed, most connected, and vocal generation in history, education, services, and dignity.
Truly, Africa is a young opportunities.
We need to learn from one another. We need to learn from them with courage.
Let this conference be a space where new partnerships are born. Africa is reimagined.
It looks like a world to me where let us rise to the moment together. Let's build a future where every adolescent and every young person can live with dignity.
Today we are reminded of the importance of SRHR.
I'm looking forward to learning more what my ideas are and how they can be taken into
more about reproductive health.
I want to learn about the policies. I want the new innovative solutions that youths are coming up with.
See you at the conference.
Talk to people and the community about reproductive health when it comes to reproductive health.
Wasichana sana ni mimba za mapema, drop out of school,
hawana fees. Tuwashika mimba tukiwa na miaka 12 na
tukiwa ni depression. Jana na vijana sana tupate guidance counseling.
Nimeenjoy mapema wazazi kuwajibika katika kutekeleza.
We need to go and give this feedback to the policy makers, change makers, or people.
It is an honor to welcome you to the 8th Pan-African Adolescent and Youth Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Scientific Conference.
It's our collective declaration that we will not allow regressive ideologies to hijack our health, our rights, and our futures. We will not silence our evidence, our truths, and our youth. We are here to reclaim the narrative. Stigma and rights before repression.
Hello, my name is Lucy Wanjiro. I am a youth advocate at RNHK. I'm here at the 8th Pan Conference, Youth Cafe Writing Wall, and I'm expressing my thoughts and my opinions on SRHR.
As a youth, an abstract focusing on to advocate for gender-based violence.
These youths, they are the most informed, most connected, and vocal generation in history. They are demanding for change. They are and calling for their rights, including the rights to comprehensive services and dignity.
Africa is a young continent, as you have heard, and there are peculiar challenges, but also opportunities
that are actually facing them with clarity and courage.
Let this conference be a space where new partnerships are made and where the future of and youth sexual and reproductive health in Africa.
It looks like a world to me where progress isn't measured solely by individual achievement, but how well we rise.
Let us rise to the moment together. Let us have a future where every adolescent and every young person can live with informed choices and claim the right to a life of empowerment. This is why we are here today.
Today we are reminded of the importance of SRHR, that it is a fundamental right. And people, this is where you start.
I'm excited for the first ever Pan-African Conference. I'm looking forward to learning consideration.
Coming from a marginalized community, I find this is a great opportunity for me to learn more about reproductive health.
Really looking for. I want to learn about the policies. I want the new innovative they're coming up with. I also want to give power to my voice, to be part of the conversation.
This year I'll be presenting an abstract on how to use the law to end teenage pregnancy. See you at the conference.
We all rise for the national anthem and the East African anthem.
Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous s'il vous plaît pour l'hymne national et l'hymne de l'Union africaine. Merci.
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Boya bodo sangana ebina belibi bodo sangana bina belibi solelo boya bodo sangana bina belibi solelo boya bodo wakulima Kenya, tunawapongeza wakulima Kenya, tunawapongeza wakulima Kenya, tunawapongeza wakulima Kenya. Haya twende shamba tu, haya twende shamba tu. Haya twende shika jembe twende kalime, haya twende shika jembe twende shamba tu kalime. Futele mayeye sala futele mayeye futele mayeye sala futele mayeye futele mayeye sala futele mayeye Sala futele maye ye ye. Futele maye ye ye. Sala futele maye ye ye. Futele maye ye ye. Sala futele maye ye ye. Futele maye ye ye. Sala futele maye ye ye. Sala sala futele ya futele maye. Sala sala futele ya futele maye. Sala futele maye ye ye.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. That is how you start a conference. Look at us go. A huge round of applause once again. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good people, that is the Umoja Calabash Entertainment coming to you from Nairobi, Kenya. A huge round of applause as the drummers exit the stage. Thank you so much. Wow, that's a lot of energy. They deserve more than that. Good people. Another round of applause for the wonderful group of entertainers as they leave the stage. Now, at this point, allow me to say welcome to all of you. Whether you came here from Nairobi or Dakar, from Lusaka or Lagos, from Kinshasa or Kigali, warm welcome to the 9th RNHK Pan-African Adolescent and Youth SRHR Scientific Conference. My name is Masi Juma, and I am absolutely honored to be one of your masters of ceremonies for this conference. Now, as they pick their staff and exit the stage, one thing, we are here for the young people. And in case you didn't know, you are in Africa. Common knowledge, the youngest continent in the world, right? And when we talk about the youngest continent in the world, full of energy, you've seen it here, full of ambition, full of potential. But that potential, good people, is nothing without choice. Potential is nothing without agency, which is a key part of our theme this year. And that potential is nothing without systems that work. And you are the system. So once again, thank you for being here. Some of you for the 9th year running. So welcome once again.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bienvenue au 9e conférence scientifique panafricaine RNHK sur les droits sexuels des adolescents. Je suis votre MC, je m'appelle Linus Auré. Je suis ici pour engager les francophones. Où sont les francophones? Les francophones, oh yeah! Les francophones, oh yeah! Les anglophones, ah!
Ah!
Les anglophones,
ah!
Les francophones, oh yeah! Les francophones, oh yeah! Ah, très bien, très bien. Donc nous sommes ici. Cette conférence est un peu spéciale. C'est particulier parce que pour la première fois, il y a un MC francophone. Donc, on doit... Merci. Donc, nous allons travailler ensemble. On va dialoguer, on va trouver des solutions des gens sur la santé reproductive des jeunes en Afrique parce que l'Afrique est jeune et bien sûr, l'avenir est jeune. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Linus? How do you say it? Linus or Linus?
En français, Linus.
Linus or Linus?
Linus.
Linus said it depends on where you went to school. Yeah? If your school is a polling station next year, if you're in Kenya, if your school is a polling station next year, we say Linus. If your school is a group of school, we say Linus. Good people, and that is the energy we bring to this conference. Two of us, rare combination. Has it ever happened? Those of you who've been here since the first conference, have you ever had such a duo? No? Oh God, yeah, we are improving. We are improving. RNHK, well done. This is a very big milestone. We are improving, so probably...
Bravo, bravo. RNHK, bravo.
Thank you very much. And that is why we are here. Like Lina said, l'Afrique est jaune.
L'Afrique est jaune.
L'Afrique est jaune.
L'Afrique est jaune.
Oui.
C'est ça.
Africa is young, and that's why we're here today. Good people. The theme of this year's conference is reflected in a very big spirit. Strengthening SRHR to achieve youth agency, full potential, and meaningful engagement in Africa's dynamic socio-political and economic landscape. That is such a mouthful, RNHK, for a theme, but we will roll with it. Keywords for me there, Linus. Agency, full potential, and meaningful engagement for Africa's dynamic young people.
L'engagement, l'agence des jeunes, le leadership, donc on va parler d'agence des jeunes et leadership. Parmi nous, dans cette conférence, il y a les décideurs politiques, il y a les leaders de communauté, il y a les partenaires au développement, il y a ceux qui travaillent dans le secteur de santé, il y a bien sûr les jeunes de l'Afrique qui sont ici pour trouver des solutions, pour travailler avec nous ensemble, en solidarité, pour réaliser l'impact et l'action.
Impact and action. Guys, by the time we finish this conference, I'll be fluent in French. Impact and action, that's what I've gotten. I can see there are some people who have their headsets on. If you forgot to pick your headset, find a way to go at the back and pick a headset. Because like I mentioned, this conference will be conducted in those two languages, French and English. Now, beautiful seeing all of you here. Just to give you some statistics about the power that is in Mombasa the next 4 days. More than 750 of you registered for this conference. That deserves a round of applause, right? If there is any RNHK person in the room, I know I can see several. Can you just shout how many countries are represented here? 44 countries. Truly, truly Pan-African. And that is the spirit that we carry forward. So this would not have happened without the 750 plus of you and everybody from all the 44 countries.
Donc, l'Afrique est ici, l'Afrique est présente ici. Et nous remercions beaucoup RNHK pour organiser cette conférence. Bien sûr, il y a d'autres co-organisateurs, il y a les sponsors et d'autres partenaires qui sont ici pour assurer que nous réalisons cette grande rencontre pan-africaine.
And just to mention some of the key people, this conference is in partnership with Ministry of Health Kenya, Ministry of Health Uganda, NCPD, that is the Population Development Council, Africa, CDC, HIVOS, and SIDA. Those are the partners. And the sponsors, IPPF Africa. I've seen so many IPPF peeps here. IPPF Africa Region, Hewlett Foundation, Packard Foundation, the Danish Embassy in Kenya, Netherlands Embassy, and TICO. And the co-conveners, RFSU, Amplify Girls, CRR, Center for Reproductive Rights, UNFPA, and UNAID. Thank you so much for your partnership, for your collaboration, and for choosing to stick with us today.
Applaudissez s'il vous plaît pour les partenaires, les partenaires, les sponsors. Allez, les sponsors. Les sponsors.
For the sponsors, you know yourselves if you are a sponsor.
Oui, les sponsors.
Oui.
Et aussi les co-organisateurs. Merci beaucoup pour cette conférence.
And that is where Linus and I exit the stage as we welcome the next couple of speakers. It's going to be a very tight evening, and we are obligated to keep time as much as we can. So we get to the speakers. There will be a lot of dynamism in here. We will move to another side. You will see some of us coming up from what you're calling our Studio B, where some young people are waiting to give us some insights on why they're here and how their journey here was. So Linus, do you mind welcoming our first speaker on stage?
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Merci. Donc, notre premier intervenant, c'est Dr. Edward Serem, de la ministère de Santé du Kenya. S'il vous plaît, applaudissez.
The chief guest for this conference are representations from the different countries, and we have already, I think we already have mentioned that there are over 40 countries represented here already. Apart from Kenya, we have Benin, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Rwanda, DRC, Congo, Somalia, Ethiopia, from the America, Dutch, Ghana, Italy, South Africa, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritania, Namibia, Nigeria, and Denmark, including Japan and others. Distinguished delegates, partners in adolescent youth programs, good afternoon. It's indeed pleasing to join you this afternoon in this scientific conference on issues of adolescence. In this conference, we are gathered here because challenges exist. Because challenges exist in adolescents and young persons. In Africa, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, we still have the challenges of teenage pregnancy, HIV infections, gender-based violence, and drug and substance abuse. It is those challenges which are facing each and every part of our continent, and more so sub-Saharan Africa, which has made us to gather here. And as we gather here, we gather so that we try to exchange policies, working policies, learn from each other what is working so that we can put interventions to mitigate the challenges which are already with us. And therefore, as we sit here for the next 4 days, we will expect that by the time we finish here, we will have gained some experiences. We will have learned new lessons, new interventions for you to take home. As we deliberate here, therefore, it is imperative that we shall all participate. And from Kenya, being the host, and we are privileged that we are hosting the 9th conference. We also had the 8th conference last year, and it's our privilege that it's good that when you come to Kenya, you also come to the farthest east of Kenya, called Mombasa. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of you into this conference, and I want to wish you good stay, good deliberations, and with those few remarks, allow me therefore to call Director of RNHK, Nelly Munyasya, to come and make her remarks, and then we shall proceed from there. Welcome, Nelly.
Bonjour à tous. Representative from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Bashir Mohammed, Kenya. Representative from the Ministry of Health, Uganda, Dr. Roslyn Ochola. Representatives from UNAIDS, NCPD, Africa CDC, UNFPA, and the Kenya Judiciary Academy. Dr. Samu Dube, our keynote speaker. Dr. Claudia, IPPF Regional Director. Our sponsors, Packard Foundation, Hewlett Foundation, the Embassy of the Netherlands, the Embassy of Denmark, RFSU, our co-conveners, the people who saw it fit to co-convene this with us, Amplify Girls, the Center for Reproductive Rights, and TICO. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start off with a story. And I want to talk about Amina. Amina is not here today, but I want you to hold her in your mind as we start off this conference and for the days to come, because she is the reason we are all here today. Amina was 16 years old when she found out she was pregnant. She was in Form 3. She had a dream that was so loud, and these dreams were very specific. She wanted to be an engineer, and this she had told her teacher. She had also told her mother, because girls share a lot with their mothers. She had even written it on a piece of paper, and she had placed it just the way we stick notes, just beside our bed. One day she found out she was pregnant. And the first thing Amina did was to take down the note that she had put beside her bed. The note was always to remind her who she wanted to be. And not because her dream died, but because she had been taught by the systems, by the silence, by the absence of the services and information that girls like her needed to not keep their dreams. She, of course, did not know where to go. She did not know who to talk to. She was afraid of the clinic, because if she went to the clinics, she'll be turned away, or she'll be asked, where is the person that is supposed to give consent? So where is the guardian? She was also scared to go to school, because of course the teachers were going to send her away, because in school, people that are supposed to be in school are not supposed to be people that are expecting to be mothers. And so she stayed silent. She stayed pregnant, and Amina stayed afraid. Amina is not a girl, is not one girl. She's hundreds of thousands of girls across our continent every single year. And I think for every meetings we go to, we hear of the numbers. When Dr. Serem started his speech, he mentioned of the issues that face Amina. And Amina represents girls that are very brilliant, capable and full of potential, who are not failed by their own choices, but our collective failure to build systems that see them, serve them, and protect them. Ladies and gentlemen, Amina is the reason we are here today. I want to ask you something, and I want you to think about it genuinely, not just as a conference response or any other convening that we are having this year. How many of you, while growing up, had access to accurate, honest, shame-free information about your sexual and reproductive health? And we can all pause and think about that. Every day we are told adolescent pregnancies are rising. Now, how many of you wish you had access to this information? The gap between what we had and what we needed, this is the gap this conference exists to close. For the generation coming behind us, for Amina and for the millions of young people across Africa who deserve better than the silence we inherited. Allow me to tell me who I am. My name is Nelly Mnyasia, and I'm so honored to be the Executive Director of Reproductive Health Network Kenya that continues to convene this conference together with the Ministry of Health, under the leadership of the Ministry of Health and the National Council for Population Development. This year we are so excited to have Uganda come on board as an official partner. And I officially welcome you to the 9th RNHK Pan-African Adolescent and Youth Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Conference. I want to pause and just acknowledge what it means and why we are here. When we look at the room today, we see governments. We see researchers, we see the young people, we see the Aminas, we see the private sector, but we also see the faith-based organizations. We have implementers. We have judiciary in this house. We have people that have dedicated the entire of their careers to the belief that every young person on this continent deserves to be healthy, informed, safe, and free. That is not a small thing. This is a movement you all are part of. Over the years, RNHK has continued to provide this platform. And the question we've gotten is, what do we do? Is it that we're just convening? Is it that we're just excited bringing people from across the continent, probably come for holiday? Ladies and gentlemen, no. Last year, we convened over 1,000 delegates in this country from 24 countries. Out of the convening, several issues came up, but importantly, we were able to develop 11 policy briefs. One of the things that consistently came up was the issue on the age of consent. As we convene here today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to say that we did not sleep on the commitments. When we started the journey to the 9th Scientific Conference, we identified 15 young Pan-African leaders from 15 countries in the African continent. And they have helped shape this conference. They have gone through a journey, and they are part of the team seated here, working to ensure that the voices of young people from 15 countries are well represented here. And that is something you asked us. Where are the leaders? Every time we are told youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and you did not see it. So we are grateful to our sponsors that this is happening, and we have the inaugural one. We shall continue to have several. Secondly was the issue of consent. Young people said we have conversations, we are telling them we have policies, we are telling them things are happening, but they're not able to access services and information. Through support again from some of the sponsors, we started a journey, and we have developed a referral document. And I want to recognize the Kenya Judiciary Academy for bringing together judiciary colleagues from across Africa, but also bringing healthcare providers, young people themselves, but also the policy makers. And we were able to develop a referral document that we shall be launching tomorrow. This document shall be a reference document by healthcare providers, young people, but importantly, our Ministry of Health when they're developing policies that then affect adolescent and youth. Importantly is the judiciary told us if only they knew better, they will not have made the kind of decisions they've made in courts. And as I speak today, I'm proud to say we have the Kenya Judiciary Academy well represented here, but we have honorable justices from Zambia, Malawi, and other countries seated here today to listen to the issues adolescents face, especially in court. I also don't want to, celebrate how far we've come, but I want to talk about how far we are yet to go. Nearly a quarter of our population is adolescent, and by 2050, 1 in 3 adolescents globally will live in sub-Saharan Africa. That is not a statistic, it is a responsibility of all of us seated here today. And right now, as we sit in this room, that responsibility is not being met. Adolescent pregnancies keep on rising. HIV infections among young women remain devastatingly high. Sexual and gender-based violence is not declining, rather it's being normalized. And at exactly the moment when we need to be scaling up our response, global health finance is shrinking. Commodity shortages are disrupting access to contraceptives. The systems that young people depend on are under pressure from every direction. I need to name this plainly. African young people are being failed by the systems that were built to serve them. And that failure has a cost. It has a name. It has a face. And it looks like Amina pulling off the paper from the wall. Young people from Africa are not waiting for us to save them. They are organizing, They are innovating, they are demanding, they are leading. They are building movements in restrictive environments with limited resources against significant pushback, and they are winning. This year's conference theme, Strengthening SRHR to Achieve Youth Agency, Full Potential and Meaningful Participation in Africa's Dynamic Socio-Political and Economic Landscape, is not just a theme, it is a position. It says that your youth agency is not a nice to have, it's not a box to tick, it's not tokenism dressed up as participation, it is the foundation. Everything else we build on must rest on it. This conference will be tackling the triple threat, adolescent pregnancies, gender-based violence, not as a separate crisis, but as the deeply interconnected realities that is. We will be removing barriers, we'll be talking about financing, not just international aid, but domestic accountability, tax justice, and the resources African governments owe the young people. We will be centering young people with disabilities, young mothers, young people in conflict zones, young people who have made invisible by our own programs. And we will be asking ourselves the hardest questions. Can Africa truly achieve its development ambitions and harness its demographic dividend, while millions of young people still lack the information, service, protection, and opportunities they need to thrive? That is the question. 3 days, dozens of sessions, hundreds of brilliant minds, and at the center of it all, it's young people, not as objects of our concern, but as architects of our solutions. And before I close, I want to say something directly to the young people in this room. Where are the young people in the room? Thank you. You belong here. Not in the front row, not in the back, not in the youth corner, here at the center, at the table, in the conversation. Your lived experiences is not a personal story. It is evidence, it is data, it is policy, and it is exactly what this conference needs to hear. Do not be quiet. Do not wait to be called on. Push, challenge, disagree. Ask the questions that the rest of us are too uncomfortable to ask. And that is why we build this space. To our delegates from across the continent and beyond, welcome. You have a long way in many ways than one to be here. You've come a long way in many ways than one to be here. This conference will be what you make of it. Bring your knowledge, bring your ideas, and live with connection, commitments, and the energy to go back and do the work differently. Allow me to invite a young person from the live studio to give us a reflection. Helen. Studio, if you can hear me.
Hi, Nelly. As you rightfully said, here at the Youth Cafe, conference will bring forth and what it is, if their voices will actually matter. As you have rightfully said, the three key things, that is the triple threat, that is gender-based violence, and even access to commodities, these essential commodities when it comes to sexual and reproductive health care. The young people are saying it is time. We have been pushing for our voices to be heard when it comes to matters sexual and reproductive health. In this 9th conference, will we indeed be heard or not? And I am joined with a young person. I'm joined with Esther. Esther, please come forward and join me. And just tell us what it is at this conference, what are you aiming to achieve by attending this conference, and why is this important for your voice to be heard in this conference?
Thank you, Helen. I'm so excited to be here today because growing up, I grew up in a household where the sexual reproductive health information was very limited. And being here, it allows me to interact with very great young minds to learn more about sexual reproductive health. I'm also very excited because I'm a tech student, and walking around, I'm seeing platforms and chatbots that helps in bridging the gap between youths and their access to sexual and reproductive health and rights.
Another thing, from where you had earlier mentioned that back at home in your community, when it comes to conversations on sexual and reproductive health, it's normally seemed or deemed a taboo among the young people. Yet the young people are sexually active. So what is it that you're targeting to pick out of here that you can take back home and speak even to the young people?
I hope to learn that sex is not a taboo, that it happens, and instead of just being told, don't have sex, I wish to learn the different ways how you can have safe sex instead. Yeah.
Well, that is Esther for you. She says, as opposed to telling the young people, don't have sex, and the young people are indeed having sex. What is another language to speak to them that they can be able to understand and say, you know what, we are interested in this, but how best or how safe can we push this conversation ahead? I'm also joined by Linus, who also has another young person from the Francophone countries. Linus, what do you have to tell us?
Bienvenue au Café des Jeunes. Ici, nous avons des jeunes ici venus de toute l'Afrique pour travailler ensemble avec nous pour trouver des solutions sur les droits de santé reproductive et sexuelle ici. Donc, j'ai quelques questions. Je vais inviter une dame ici. S'il vous plaît, venez. Alors, présentez-vous.
Bonsoir, je suis Marlène Wazina Siri. Je suis originaire du Burkina Faso. Je suis coordinatrice d'une association Mère Teresa de la Charité. Et je suis très, très heureuse d'être ici à Mombasa pour cette 9e édition de la conférence.
Wow, le Burkina Faso, pays des hommes intègres. Sankara, Traoré, c'est ça? C'est ça?
C'est ça.
Voilà. Donc, qu'est-ce qui vous a marqué depuis que vous êtes arrivé dans cette conférence? Je comprends que vous avez assisté à un dialogue qui s'appelle Chinyam Nazi sous le cocotier. Qu'est-ce qui vous a marqué beaucoup?
D'abord, ce qui m'a principalement marqué, c'est l'accueil des Kenyans. Vous êtes très, très gentils. Et concernant l'activité Chinyamnoisi, j'ai beaucoup apprécié parce que cette activité m'a permis déjà de comprendre les réalités auxquelles les jeunes sont confrontés en matière de santé reproductive au Kenya. Et ces réalités ne sont d'ailleurs pas très loin de celles que nous vivons au Burkina Faso. Et ensuite, entre jeunes, nous avons pu faire des propositions de solutions afin de pouvoir améliorer la santé reproductive des adolescents et jeunes. Aussi, ce festival, ce dialogue nous a permis d'avoir un festival riche en couleurs, de pouvoir communier, de pouvoir créer une sorte de réseautage entre les différents jeunes qui ont pris part.
Waouh, elle a parlé comme Sankara. Très bien, merci. Maintenant, je vous passe à Marcy qui va continuer avec ce dialogue très intéressant et très inspirationnel aussi. Merci.
Thank you so much. The young people are speaking. I have the honor to welcome Dr. Claudia Shilumani, the Regional Director, IPPF. Thank you.
Ooh, excitement. Excitement. It's always hard to follow Nelly. She drives a very hard bargain. I had a long list of people to acknowledge, but as I was listening to Nelly acknowledge everyone, I realized that my list was half of hers. So I don't want to risk forgetting anyone. So I'll say all protocols of them. But I'm tempted to recognize a few people. Especially the ones I feel like Nelly might have glossed over. I understand we have religious groups in the house. Religious people in the house? They're a bit quiet, but they're here. Thank you so much for coming to the conference. Let me say all protocols observed. Good morning. good afternoon, good evening. It's actually not morning anymore, it's evening. It is my profound honor to stand here before you as Regional Director for IPPF. I don't come alone. I come with all the member associations of IPPF, all the members in Africa, but we also have members from outside of Africa. Rutgers, shout out to you. All the way from Netherlands, they're here with us. As you know, IPPF is an organization made up of multiple member associations in Africa. We've got 39 of those, so we are present in 39 countries, but we are actually present in more than 140 countries across the world. I came into this role 3 months ago, knowing exactly what's at stake. These 3 months have deepened my conviction. I have listened and I've sat with colleagues from IPAS, from MSI, from ICRW, from CRR, and with young people. Usually, when people take time to sit down and talk to you, it's at a great personal cost. And I say that because the work we do is very, increasingly getting very dangerous. And let me assure you, I am more energized about this cause than I've ever been in my life. Many of you are seeing me for the first time, so let me start from the beginning. Claudia Shilumani, I'm a Black South African woman, and that's a very loaded statement, because I'm at the intersection of race, gender, and social class. I grew up fighting apartheid. In fact, I joined the struggle in South Africa when I was 15. And trust me, that fire that was burning inside me when I was 15 is the fire I'm bringing to this fight today. And I'll fight with you until we win. But that's a digression. Today is not about me. It's about you young people out there. Young people, again. That was really nice. Thank you. So we have vuvuzelas in South Africa, so that was very close to vuvuzelas. So thank you so much. Now the theme of today's conference, strengthening sexual and reproductive health and rights to achieve youth agency. Many of you have talked about Africa being the youngest population on earth. I'm told the average age is just 19 years. And we know that by 2050, we will reach 2.5 billion and will continue to be the youngest continent. How many of you have heard about youth being the demographic dividend for Africa? All of us, right? But let us be honest with ourselves. That is a potential. It is not realized, and we should not take it for granted. It is not automatic. It has to be earned through deliberate, sustained, and courageous investment in our young people. And at the heart of that investment must be sexual and reproductive health and rights. Sexual and reproductive health and rights is not a peripheral agenda. It is the foundation for education, of economic productivity, of gender equality, and of the demographic resilience we all say we want for Africa. When rights are protected, nations prosper. When they are denied, the costs, both human and economic, are staggering. Now let me take a minute to talk about what is at stake if we fail to act. Because this is not a theoretical conversation. We must ground it in evidence. Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest teenage pregnancy and adolescent birth rates in the world. Eastern and Southern Africa has the highest prevalence of HIV/AIDS. I'm very happy that UNAIDS is in the house. And despite decades of advocacy, young women and girls are still subjected to female genital mutilation and child marriage. Practices that don't simply harm bodies, but they derail entire life trajectories. We all know how much we are suffering in the continent with gender-based violence. Think about what that means. A 15-year-old girl who becomes pregnant does not just face a health risk, she faces the end of her education. the narrowing of her economic future, the weakening of her voice in her own community, they lose respect. And when she's silenced, her children, which is an entire generation, start from a deficit. A young man who cannot access accurate health information about HIV is not just at personal risk. He becomes a vector for preventable harm. And let's talk about contraception. A young woman who's denied contraception is not exercising a free choice about her reproductive future. She is navigating a system that has decided her autonomy is less important than someone else's ideology. Are you still with me? If we do not invest in adolescent and youth sexual and reproductive health and rights today, we're not simply failing young people. We're actively undermining Africa's economic productivity. We are reversing decades of gains in maternal health and HIV prevention. We are sabotaging girls' education. We are producing a continent that is young in age, but old in cycles of poverty, old in gender equality, and old in preventable diseases. Research tells us that investing in adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights significantly reduces healthcare costs. It prevents teenage pregnancies, it keeps girls in schools, and boosts the future labor market. The demographic dividend does not materialize by itself. It requires us to make the right choices. Today, now, in this room, all of us collectively. So let me ask you, how are our young people supposed to thrive when they're tackling unmet contraceptive needs and unplanned pregnancies, seeking HIV medication that somehow gets banned somewhere in Europe and doesn't get to reach Africa, and they're being subjected to harmful practices that curtail their education and affect their entire life cycles? The simple answer is that they can't. But every day we see how brilliant, how innovative, how smart our young people are. Just imagine what they could achieve if we could invest in them, if we could take them seriously. We all know what we're working against. It's not an easy fight. The environment in which we're doing this work is very hostile. The civic space is tightening. Funding for programs to protect sexual and reproductive health and rights is actually shifting in very dangerous ways. The expanded global gag rule has disrupted integrated health systems, fragmented services, and disproportionately harmed the most vulnerable, which is our women and girls. Its ripple effects extend far beyond abortion services. We are seeing impacts on HIV prevention, maternal health, as well as primary health care. The very primary health care that our presidents are launching on a daily basis. This is not just an abstract policy debate. It is a matter of lives, and we're putting young girls' lives at risk. At the same time, groups that seek to strip young people of their rights are becoming more coordinated and more funded, better funded. They frame comprehensive sexuality education, adolescent sexual and reproductive health services, and the provision of commodities as immoral, as somehow outside the realm of legitimate health services. This narrative is not just wrong, it is very dangerous, and it is costing us lives. What are we doing about it as IPPF? IPPF Africa, we are not just spectators in this fight. Our member associations present in almost 40 countries, as I've already mentioned, of which RNHK is one of, they're the front lines every day. They're fighting this war every single day, providing factual health information, delivering critical services, and ensuring access to much needed commodities. We know that young people do not exist in isolation. They exist within families, within communities, and societies. So we work within those ecosystems, with parents, with schools, with religious and cultural leaders. That's why I was very excited that we have religious groups in the room, to build the understanding that adolescent and youth sexual and reproductive health and rights is not a threat to community. It is not a threat to the values that we firmly believe in. It is an expression of those values, of those beliefs. It is how we protect our children. It is how we honor their futures. While our member associations work tirelessly at the national level, as IPPF, we complement that work by engaging regional bodies, multilateral organizations, and sister civil society organizations. I'm very happy that Africa CDC is in the room because we work with them to make sure that the sexual and reproductive health and rights services for young people are protected. My personal priorities as regional director is that of listening. As I've mentioned, I'm only 3 months in the role. But also to ensure that we are much more sustainable in the work that we do, knowing that we're working within the context of financial pullbacks from the funding communities in the global north. Resilience today means local ownership. It means an unwavering commitment and unapologetic defense of human rights, regardless of political shifts. Our values provide a very solid foundation. They mean we can stand our ground. Now, young people in the room, I want to speak directly to you. We are the youngest continent as Africa, and you are its greatest asset. You are not a problem to be managed. You are not a demographic to be monitored. An asset. Circle that. An asset, a force, a movement in motion. Sustainable progress depends on you shaping the policies that affect your future. You are the moral and political engine of progress in Africa. Young feminists and grassroots movements shift narratives, hold systems accountable, and protect our hard-won rights. Do not let anyone tell you that you are too young, or too radical, or too loud. It is your time, and you need to act now. At IPPF Africa, we are committed to more than protecting your rights. In policy documents, we are committed to funding youth-led movements, protecting feminist spaces, and embedding your participation in governance structures and moving beyond tokenism toward genuine, sustained power sharing. As I close, I want to say that we are at a pivotal moment. The time is now, in this room, all of us collectively. Not in 5 years, not in a strategy that will take 5 long for us to realize, not after the next report, now, today. Our mission as IPPF is foundational to Africa's future. When sexual and reproductive health and rights is protected, girls stays in school. Women survive childbirth, young people make informed choices, and communities prosper. When it is denied, lives are lost, autonomy is stripped away, and economic progress reverses. I congratulate RNHK on convening what promises to be a truly transformative conference. We are very proud, deeply proud actually, to have you as our member association in Kenya, and you represent exactly the kind of locally owned, youth-powered, institutionally strong leadership that will carry this movement forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Claudia Shilumani, and again, congratulations on your new role. We can't wait to see the fire that you had when you were 15, that you are carrying to this new role and to this convening. Thank you very much. Now, from Sarem to Nelly to Claudia, one thing stands true. It will be repeated over and over in this conference about the young people, who they are and why they are here. Young people in the room, stand up. Young people in the room, stand up. Let's see you. You are the reason why we're here, and everybody, and I know, yes, a round of applause. Yes. And at this point, allow me to ask the friends of young people to stand up. The friends of young people. Let me hear an ahoo. Don't sit down. When I was preparing, when Linus and I were preparing, we were told there is an anthem, a theme song for the young people. And before we introduce the next speaker, I'm going to see between Serem, Nelly, and Claudia who has the best moves. Media team, there is a theme song that the young people told me is their song for this conference. Yes? Do we have the theme song? Don't sit down, don't sit down, don't sit down, don't sit down. Friends of young people, I can see all of you trying to sit down. Friends of young people, I can see all of you trying to sit down. Masha, Dennis, I want that theme song. Do we have it? Yes? Do we have it? Young people? All right. In how many? Okay, let's see. Just 1 minute. Some young people to come to the front for this song. Pamela. Young people down.
When you come to the conference, you're going to blow up these voices of young people, even though they're not going to be in the...
No, okay. They can't find the song. Audio team, should I ask them to sit down? Young people wamekata.
Les jeunes, où êtes-vous, les jeunes? Où êtes-vous?
Pam, the young people are here. Do we have the theme song ready?
Les jeunes francophones.
Tayari Mombasa, karibu nyumbani, shika mkeka.
Please, young people, grab a friend of my grab a friend of my young person next to you.
Ngoma inakesha furaha bila mwisho. Karibu Mombasa, karibu Mombasa.
Well done. Thank you so much. Yes, good people. Those are your young people and the friends of young people. Now, we are going to go into a vote between Dr. Bashir and Nelly. What did he say? Come over. What did he say?
That was self-care.
That was self-care. Oh, okay. Those are the themes coming up. Good people. Linus, how was that?
Pardon, ok. Dr. Bashir et qui?
Nelly.
Nelly.
Yeah.
Ok, on va voter. Dr. Bashir et Nelly A. Dr. Bashir et Nelly A.
Nelly wins.
Ah bon?
Rigging, no. Good people, thank you so much for taking part in that. And that is why we are here, because we're here to have fun, even as we make the difficult decisions, even as we think about Amina, even as we reflect for Amina. Personal story. I probably grew up in a household where sex, sexual and reproductive health and rights, contraception and all that were an everyday affair because my mom is a nurse midwife, yes. But throughout I'm a friend of a young person. Life I have realized it is not a privilege, like Nelly says, that many of us have it. So, for Amina and the millions of girls like her who do not have access to that information, who do not have a chance to be here, Nelly, 750 of us only here, probably just half of that is young people. Can you imagine? There are millions who are not here. Good people, the onus is on you. The onus is on you to take that message out there, act, because you people who sit here are the holders of budgets, you are the people who make the decisions, you are the people who make the laws. I know there are some politicians in here, so good people, it's a good start. Please allow us to welcome on stage our next speaker. I have remarks from AFIDEC, Elia Zulu. Is Elia here? Yes.
Applaudissez.
Yeah? We put the song for you? No?
Hi, is this afternoon or evening? I think I should just start by saying, good afternoon, Africa. Really very exciting to be here. I think when we're hearing the voices of the young people, sometimes you feel like maybe some of us should get off the stage and let the young people drive these processes. But I think at the end of the day, we are here as the support cast of the young people to support you, fulfill what you have, but you have to be in the driver's seat and make sure that you own and drive this agenda. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, development partners, researchers, policymakers, youth leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. So it gives me, I also do as my sister from IPPF said, all protocols observed. Of course, I'll just acknowledge the chief guest, my brother here, Dr. Bashir, from the Ministry of Health, but everybody else is recognized. Some of us were born before computers, and then we try to use computers to talk, and you can't move between screens, yeah? So it gives me a great pleasure to join you today as we reflect on a topic that sits at the heart of Africa's future, how we can move from evidence to accountability in advancing adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. I work at the African Institute for Development Policy, AFIDEP, and keeps happening, right? Yeah, and our vision at AFIDEP is to see an Africa where evidence is used consistently in all processes, in all policy-making processes, in program design, that for us really to transform lives, evidence should sit at the center of all these processes. So not just evidence to define problems, but evidence even to define solutions, to guide how resources should be used, how much should go to this sector versus that sector, but even within sectors. We are talking about reproductive health here for adolescents. We know that while we all fight to say we want more money to go to health, even within the health sector, we need to fight and provide evidence that will justify that investing in adolescents is actually investing in the future of the continent. So, and I should note, I think this point has already been made here. A lot of people look at Africa, there's a scramble for Africa's resources, mineral resources and so on. But I think I would like to argue here that the most important resource that Africa has is its population, the rapidly growing youthful population. And we know 1.5 billion people now, 2.5 billion by 2050. Africa is the only continent that will continue growing population-wise throughout the rest of this century, while all the other regions of the world are stabilizing or declining. So I think when you ask, by 2050 actually, 1 in 4 people globally will be African. And that's not a small number. And that's why when we talk about trying to, the key development challenge that we are facing now, in my view, is how do we translate this population into a healthy, educated, skilled, and economically empowered population that will drive the socio-economic transformation agenda defined in 2063 in all our national development strategies. But I think even more critically, if proper investments are made in this youthful population for Africa, it will help address a lot of the other global development challenges, because the other continents that are aging so rapidly will have to rely on Africa's youth to fill labor gaps there and so on. So the responsibility is primarily ours to make sure that we invest in this population, but I think we need to prevail upon the global community as well, that as ODA is coming down, that the resources that are needed to transform this population have to be globally generated, even as we say that we need to get more resources from locally. We know now there are about 370 million young people aged 15 to 24. By 2050, that number is going to be 740 million, more or less half of the current population of the whole of Africa, just 15 to 24 by 2050. So there are many challenges. I mean, we have the numbers. Africa is guaranteed to have this population, that 2.5 billion. There might be a small change there, but that number is guaranteed because in demography we talk about the concept of population momentum, which means that even when birth rates can come down from around the 4 that Africa is now to 2.1 today, it will still take 40, 50, 60 years for the population to continue growing before it stabilizes. Because the mothers, the parents of tomorrow are already born. So that number is more or less guaranteed. There isn't really much that can be done to stop it. So the point now has to be, how do we generate quality capital out of these numbers? But we know the challenges. We can't achieve that if, as we know now, 35% of women in Africa are getting married before age 18. In some countries, it's even 40%, especially in Central and West Africa. Half of the kids haven't finished secondary school, girls. Adolescent birth rates are so high, 3-4 times higher than the global average. So we can listen to this and think these are statistics, but these are not mere statistics. They represent millions of girls whose education is interrupted, whose economic prospects are constrained, whose health outcomes are compromised, and whose contributions to national development are diminished. Ultimately, they represent lost opportunities not only for the individual, but for Africa's social and economic transformation. We heard about the demographic dividend. We can't harness the demographic dividend. When President Obama came to Kenya, many of you will remember, I think he had a session with young people, and he made the point that there's no team in the world that can win when half of the team that is supposed to play is sitting on the bench. Africa cannot achieve its development objectives if we don't put girls at the center of development and think that it's okay to let them get married at 14, 16, get married at 18, maybe because of religious beliefs. We know our young people are having sex, but want to pretend and talk like, oh, you can't provide contraception for them, or even comprehensive sexuality education in schools. Very, very contentious, but the end results of continuing the status quo is that we keep losing the development value of our young people. I think one of the critical things about evidence when it comes to adolescents, and that's what I really wanted to talk about here, is that evidence is central in guiding what we do. But I think at this point, the evidence also needs to start focusing more on solutions, as I said, learning from countries that are doing well. What are they doing well? At AFIDEP, we do a lot of this work. We just actually completed a big project that we're doing as part of the exemplars in global health program, where we're looking at which are the countries that have made the most progress in reducing adolescent birth rates in the last 20 years that seem to have more or less the same socioeconomic challenges. What you might say, countries that, against all odds, are still making remarkable progress. And this work was done in 6 countries that the analysis we did showed that they made this commendable progress. It was Malawi that reduced its adolescent birth rates by 56%, Rwanda 62%. The others were Cameroon, Ghana, India, and Nepal. I think what we learned from there was that it's not about one intervention that you focus on. It has to be a comprehensive set of interventions that combine efforts, deliberate efforts to end child marriage, keeping girls in school, providing youth-friendly health services, and ensuring access to comprehensive sexuality education. And I think when we did the composition on how much of these factors actually contributed to the decline in adolescent birth rates, it was found that the most critical one was the one about ending child marriage and keeping girls in school. Of course, then you back that with availability of services and information. That's the combination that helped these countries. So there's a lot that countries can learn, but also what we learned there was that it's efforts to actually translate evidence and come up with strong advocacy processes played a very, very big role in addressing some of the traditional bottlenecks that we tend to have. I'll just spin one more analysis that we did recently. Where is Madam Luce Kimondo? I hope that you will not give me a red card because I'll talk about a study that we've done with UNFPA and then CPD. We have not released the results officially, but I'll just mention one critical result from that. I think a big part of the evidence that we need to do to convince these ministers of finance to invest in health, in reproductive health, is that actually it's going to help accelerate our development goals. It's going to accelerate economic growth. So in Kenya, with UNFPA and then CPD, we did this analysis that we called calculating the cost of inaction in ending teenage pregnancies and teenage marriages. And what we found was that we used the modeling that has been used a lot in Latin America. We found out that adolescent pregnancy and early marriage result in annual economic losses exceeding $3.5 billion in Kenya, in income that is, actually the 3.5 is income that the government would lose by not charging VAT and income tax when you compare to other people who have had these results. When you look at the income that the girls themselves lose over time, is 3.4 billion. So when this evidence really shows that it's not just about investments in health, it's about economic development. So I want to end there and just say, especially to the researchers who are here, our own analysis at AFIDEP of when you look at the, what you might call the policy-making cycle, problem definition, priority setting, resource allocation, determination of cost-effective interventions, and implementation, a lot of the evidence that scientists are producing in Africa focuses on defining the problems. That says, oh, adolescents have these problems. But when it comes to evidence that shows what are the cost-effective interventions, what should we do, under what circumstances, and more critically, what are the interventions going to cost so that governments start thinking about how much money to put in? That's where the big gaps in evidence are. So I think as we see at this scientific conference here, looking at the role of evidence, evidence is critical. As ODA is coming down, we already heard about how adolescent, in general, reproductive health services have been adversely affected. When you look at evidence alone, that's where even the bigger gap is, because evidence that we've traditionally used to understand progress, to understand what is happening, to understand the gaps, has been predominantly funded by our development partners. Just think for a moment, DHS, that many of us have grown thinking it's a given, it's under threat now without USAID. DHS, you look at DHIS2, the Health Management Information System, you look at MIX, you look at all these data systems. So at the end of the day, when we talk about domestic financing for development, we don't hear that much talk about domestic financing for evidence systems that are so critical to drive actions that we need in this important sector. And one last point I will say as I go down, I think the moderator is about to give me a red card here, is that it's also important that we have to invest in capacity for evidence generation and evidence translation. It's important that universities particularly invest in their staff, in their researchers, on how they can package the evidence better, how they can sit in all these policy-making processes, because it's not just a given that if somebody is a researcher, that they will already know how to engage in policy processes. So we need to invest in all these processes, and at AFIDEP we also pay a lot of attention in building the capacity of policymakers in how they can access and use evidence. So as we think about this scientific conference, as we think about how to generate sustainable change in uplifting the lives and futures of our young people, we should put evidence at the center and understand that there has to be deliberate investments in evidence generation and use. Thank you very much.
Merci, merci, très bien. Merci beaucoup à Dr Elia Zulu. Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. Maintenant, je vais inviter à notre prochain intervenant. C'est Monsieur Sebo, professeur Joachim Ossou. Donc, il va inviter le panneau de haut niveau. Voilà, merci.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My dear panelists, kindly join us on stage. How are you, everyone? Are you happy? Thank you very much. The next session is going to be very interesting. I'll tell you why. Okay, I think we have enough seats. We can maybe in the middle. Yeah, so this session is interesting because we are going to open it up for you to tell us what you really think is going on and what needs to be done. If you were here last year in this conference, the world has changed from the time we were here up to now, quite a bit. There are wars going on. I'm sure fuel prices are high in every country that is represented here. The funding for health has diminished. A number of organizations have closed down. There are some organizations which were here last year, they are no longer in existence. So things are really difficult. And what we've learned, young people do not have jobs. They cannot access health. There is a lot of frustration. In our country, Kenya, where I come from, we've had a number of street demonstrations, and it is really difficult for everyone. it is actually expected that the world will never be the same. What we had last year and the years before will never be the same again going forward. And so in this very dynamic, changing world, where life is getting more difficult, Elia, who just gave us a talk, I'm not sure whether we can even predict what the future looks like. The rates at which young people are getting married, you know, children were getting married, child marriage. We learned during COVID that when things were difficult, that rate increased. The rate at which HIV was spreading, we learned that during COVID, when things were very difficult economically and everything like now, the rates went up. FGM rates went up. Child marriage went up. So I'm not even sure, Elia, that the statistics we've given will be the same in future. The numbers are likely to change drastically. So my name is Joachim Osur. I'm a professor of sexual and reproductive health and sexual medicine. So I leave sex, basically. Yes. I work for AMREF International University, which is a Pan-African university specialized in training of health workers, doing research in health, and doing community extension in health. We are based here in Nairobi, but we reach about 32 countries in Africa with our degree, postgraduate, and diploma programs. I'm privileged to coordinate this session, which is a panel, before we open it up for you to say your word. And I would like to invite the panelists to introduce themselves as we start, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Richard Amenya is my name. I'm the UNAIDS representative for Kenya, Rwanda, and South Sudan. I'm really very excited to be here and to learn from you and also to share. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Minayo. I co-lead an organization called Amplify Girls, which is a Pan-African network of 40 organizations in 5 countries in East and Southern Africa. And I'm also privileged to be here and being part of this panel to speak on behalf of civil society. So looking forward to greater engagements with all of you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Dr. Roslyn Achola. I work with Uganda Ministry of Health as the Senior Technical Advisor for Sexual, Reproductive Health, and Self-Care. I think that's why I whispered to Mercy that whatever she called us to do was to just give us a bit of energy and practice one of the components of self-care. So I'm happy to be here. Most of you who know me will wonder why am I introducing myself as Minister of Health, because for the last 12 years I've been with UNFPA. But happy to be in this panel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lucy Kemondo, Acting Director General, National Council for Population and Development. I think I deal with more than they deal with. I deal with population dynamics, that is births, so sex comes there, deaths, migration, and how they interact with development. So that is my business every day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwateni Olafunmi Olashiko. I am a youth advocate from Nigeria, Stand with a Girl initiative, and I'm happy to be the adolescent on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, based on what I have said as my introductory remarks for the panel, you can already see, and the kind of panel we have, what we are going to be talking about in this changing, dynamic, difficult context that we find ourselves in. We want to understand some of the high impact interventions that we can push. We also want to understand how we can ensure accountability, because the money is not there, it is drying up, so the little we have, how can we be more accountable and get value? And we want to see what kind of policies should we then be working on, be revising, because it's a changed world, totally changed. And where will the money come from? And so to start off, I would like to ask Ministry of Health Uganda, Dr. Chola, how is funding landscape in Uganda right now for adolescent sexual reproductive health programs?
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I must say that Uganda is equally affected with the stop work order like any other country in Africa. And as Uganda, our history is that we heavily rely on international assistance. We have partners like GFF, we have Global Fund, PEPFAR, the bilaterals, who have been helping us to actually implement most of our health programs. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that we have 3 modalities of financing in the country. We have 40% that comes from the development partners, that has been coming from the development partners, but that has dwindled. We have 41% that is locally generated as domestic resources, and 19% which is out of pocket, because the citizens also contribute to their health expenditures. Now, because of this, the Ministry of Finance ensured that there is approaches that has been laid in place to harness tax revenue, which is consensually addressed, but also still insisting on getting loans and also investing in treasury bills and bonds, where government gets money from the private, and that money is actually allocated to the Minister of Health. Now, from the Abuja Declaration, we all know that health must get 15% of a national resource. But as a country, we've not yet gotten there. We are still at 8 to 9%. And then from that 8 to 9%, what happens? Where does it go? Health is big. We have non-communicable diseases, HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, but we have sexual and reproductive health. But even among the sexual reproductive health, we have the adults, we have the men. So how much go to the adolescent health? And this is why we are here today, to look at our landscape in regards to adolescent sexual and reproductive health. So I must say that this therefore calls for the country. As Uganda, we have had deliberate efforts that from the little resources that we have, some is allocated to adolescent. And I want to bring your attention, because Dr. Samuel is just directly in front of me, that as a country, we committed that we are going to allocate at least 10% of the maternal health resources to adolescent health as our FP 2030 commitment. And I'm glad to report that with support from the ESA Hub, we've been tracking, and Uganda indeed achieved on allocating resources to adolescent sexual reproductive health. So, Professor, as a country, we are moving in a right direction. The little that we have, the commitments that we make, we try to adhere to it. So for now, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was recently in a meeting with members of Parliament, the Health Committee chairs. They have an association in Africa, and I know they are represented here. Maybe you will be hearing from them. And they said, we want health sovereignty. We want our governments to put money in health. And we want to manage our health. This has been a challenge, and there are development programs like family programs, family planning programs, which for years have not been funded by our governments. So things are changing, and we thank Uganda that you are taking lead to put money into health, and especially sexual reproductive health. Now, colleagues, as things get bad, disease outbreaks continue to become a problem. I know right now we are dealing with Ebola, Mpox, a lot of other things. But the old infections are still even more difficult. In this case, HIV, which are very concerning to us, especially for adolescent girls. And we know that even the UN has had its own challenges, UNFPA, UNICEF and others, UNAIDS, to be able to coordinate the efforts that we've had in controlling some of these infections. So Dr. Menya, I was just wondering, while HIV infections are generally falling in Africa because of the efforts that we've seen previously, the current changes notwithstanding, the rates in girls, adolescent girls, are still going up. How did we get here? A situation where we should be celebrating the falling rates of HIV, and yet in adolescent girls, things are getting worse. Well, how did we get here, and what should we be doing?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think if we look at the data should speak for itself. This is a scientific conference. And it's very clear that if you see all your data points, we are bending the curve on new infections. We are bending the curve downwards on mortalities. And then you see the curve for new infections for adolescent girls and young women going up. That should tell you there is something wrong. What is wrong are the things that were spoken by the speakers. They highlighted some of the things that are wrong. They are policy-oriented, and we require social dialogue. And we need our judiciary and also the legislature to look at what is wrong. How is it that some of these laws we have on our books, how is it reflecting itself as it regards public health of our young girls and women? In some countries, you have 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds who can legally get married. But if you look at the Amines and the Marianes and all that, they who are not legally married require parental consent in order to access HIV services, in order to access prevention services, testing services, and also treatment services. And so if you require parental consent to be able to do that, and you cannot even let your parents know that you are sexually active, and you can't even access contraceptive, then there is a problem. So we are here because of the policies around informed consent, parental consent. I'm zeroing in there because we are talking about a critical component of our population that constitutes almost 23%, a quarter of our population on this continent are adolescents. And in 24 years' time, 1 in 3 will be an African. Every adult you see in the world by 2050, in 24 years' time, will be an African. Haven't you already heard that we have 10-year-old, 8 years old mothers? That should tickle you if you are a policymaker in this room. 8-year-old having a child. We should not normalize that in our society because they are the young fetal group ultimately that will be accounting for this 1 in 3 by 2050, whereas they are children giving birth to children. And I think it is important that we invest in the sexual and reproductive rights of our young people, which we are lacking at this point in time, and we need to be able to address that. I tracked over the past 2-3 weeks what are our young people saying in trying to answer this question. And they mentioned 5 things. One, he said, we want our policy people out of this conference to focus on teen, unintended, and early pregnancy. They raised that. Number 2, they also talked about period poverty. Period poverty. Number 3, they spoke about the need for young people to be on the table for conversation on matters relating to young people that affect young people. We are not on the table to have a conversation around this, and so we are on the menu, and anything can happen to us. And they are also saying that there is limited sexual reproductive health information and services for the young people. The last point that these young people raised was the fact that there are social harmful norms that impact them, which also impact sexual reproductive health and rights, but they have no control as to how we should be able to address it. And so that is a big challenge, and that is why you will see in our part of the world, here in Africa, 3,300 adolescent young girls and women acquiring HIV every week, and that the impact has already started. So the cost of not investing into programs that you already heard, that the DREAMS program, those structural interventions that protect our young girls are no longer in place. And so our policy people and government needs to look at how do we protect the sexual reproductive health of our young people such that it will have a bigger impact on their health. Dr. Zulu did mention that here, the cost of inaction in Kenya is such that if you are the treasury and you know that you don't invest in sexual reproductive health, this is how much it's going to cost you. Some of the statistics we are hearing is that 1.1% of GDP, Kenya is losing that every year because we are not investing in sexual reproductive health. And in Rwanda, it's up to 1.4% of GDP that is lost, equivalent of $197 million annually, because we are not investing in sexual reproductive health. And it is important that we look at that and look at how we can then think at the policies. If a girl is not in school, which is the most protective environment, we need girls to be in secondary school, and once they are in school every year, their rates of acquiring HIV reduces by up to 12%. In actual fact, 11.6%. And when a girl is in school, because of homework and all those type of things, she doesn't even think about being with a boyfriend. And so your rate of not becoming pregnant is about almost 8%. Your rates of not becoming pregnant for a young girl is that high. So why can't we invest in these type of policies? The evidence is very clear. We lack the courage to be able to do so as policy people. And let us not come here and continuously be churning out problems and problems. Let's live here in Mombasa as a turning point and having a solution for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you know, so when you look at our laws and policies, sometimes they are at variance with reality. Maybe because the laws and policies are made by people who are not of that age. And so the law assumes that before the age of 18, people are not having sex. And as such, they don't need contraceptives. Or if someone wants to give them, I'm a doctor, then the parents should be there to give the consent. recently we were in a meeting with judges, and we realized that actually the law and biology are very different. The time that your body is telling you you need to start having sex, the law says you should not. And so it is a competition between natural pressure and the law of the land. And you know which one succeeds. Yeah? People go and have sex.
Yep.
And when you say then you can't get contraceptives, they get pregnant.
Yep.
And when they get pregnant, the law again says they shouldn't even be seen by health workers because they are children. Then they bear children and they become the mothers of those children. So who now gives consent for their children? So it is a very complicated situation. And I think that's why in Kenya recently, one court pronounced itself, for judges who are here, they know, that these young people who are having sex, if it is consensual, don't criminalize them. I think the judge realized that biology is supreme and it overrides the law. But that said, given this discordance, maybe we should hear from a young person. Olua, let me not say the full name because I know people here will not. So we'll just call her Olua, the short form. How can we meaningfully involve young people in these decisions? Because the policies we make, the programs we develop, seem to be at variance with needs of young people. And it is because it is not made by people who are experiencing what young people are experiencing. For us to bridge that gap, we need meaningful involvement and engagement by young people, and nothing should be done for them without them. What can we do to bridge that gap?
Thank you so much. Okay, so you can call me Tenny. Olua in Nigeria means God, so let's have respect for him. Now you can call me Tenny, and I'm from Nigeria.
Okay.
I want to list out 3 important things we can do to bridge that gap. First of all, put a finger up if you've ever felt judged by service providers. The young people in the room, thank you so much. Now, government and organizations continually provide the services we need. They provide the health services that are required for us. But then you get to hospitals, you get to centers, you get to clinical environments, and you're about to request for a service, but then you are judged because of what the law says, because of what people say, because you already get to the clinics and you get stares, you get very ridiculous comment, right? Now, aside providing these health services, it is important that these service providers are trained on how important it is to provide these services for young people, and that is where the law comes in. You teach them to know that they shouldn't judge these young people, they shouldn't judge these adolescents when they come for help in the hospitals. Where else should they get these services instead of the hospital space and the health space? So you teach them to know that these young people have these problems, they have these issues, and that can be implemented in the laws. It can be implemented in the policies. You teach them to know that young people have their fears. You should not increase their fears by creating a very unsafe environment for them, right? Am I speaking to young people here? Am I airing your views? Thank you so much. And at SWAG, where I work, we have that space, a GLC project. We have that space where we bring adolescent and service providers to hear both of them. Now, service providers also have issues they have with young people, right? So we want to have those conversations. We want them to speak together and know where they can correct their wrongs, correct whatever thing they might be feeling in that moment. One more thing you can do is sexuality education. Teach these young people at a very young age what it means, what consent means, what health education means, what it means to have sexually transmitted infections, sexually transmitted disease, teach them to know what to do in events where they get pregnant, teach them to know what to do to have safe sex, teach them to communicate. We also have that in SWAG. Before, for girls in IDP that we relate with, for girls in IDP that we communicate, in the IDP camps that we communicate with, before going into the society, they are taught safe roles, they are taught life skills, they are taught about their bodies, they are taught about their health, they are taught consent, even before within a span of 6 months, even before going into the society. One more thing, just like the Professor Joachim said, we cannot have these policies without young people. Involve them in the conversations, put them in it. We don't want a situation whereby people are here, service providers are here, politicians are here, and we are not here to make those decisions. He said, don't put us on the menu. Don't put us on the menu. We want to be involved. We want to know what policies you are drafting with us. You cannot draft those policies without us. We want to know how you are including us in your budget. We want to sit in these rooms and hear you speak. We want to sit in these rooms and air out our opinions. It will be interesting to know that young people have innovative ideas, they have very creative ideas, they have solutions to these things, but when they are not in the room, you really cannot provide solutions to them. You cannot provide what is needed for them. I was going to say this, that one of the innovative means we use to communicate sexual education to young people in the northern part of Nigeria, where we come from, is through theatrical performance. We use drama, we use music, we use spoken word. Because as young people, put your hands up in the air if you're not on TikTok here. You see? No, Ma, you're not a young person. Okay, so you see us on TikToks, you see us on those spaces. Give us this information on spaces we can access in a very safe space. For now, I'm going to leave with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tenny. Now, so, you know, we can talk all we want, but the government ultimately is the duty bearer. And so, Lucy, representing the National Council for Population and Development, Kenya, you know we have many commitments, and we look upon the government to take leadership and coordinate and make sure we implement those commitments. Even from this meeting, we will have commitments. But what is worrying in our continent is that we make so many of these commitments, and that is where it ends. So in Kenya, for example, what are you doing to ensure that these commitments we've made, and there are a number, concerning various issues in sexual reproductive health for young people, what are you doing to ensure that they're implemented?
Thank you, Professor Osul. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening. Are we still together?
Yes.
Yes. As a country, we have made commitments at the global level, at regional level, and within the country. And I want to go back to 2019. Kenya made 17 commitments. At that time, we decided, that is during the ICPD summit, we decided to do things differently. We decided to develop a framework to monitor those commitments, which we are doing now. There is the euphoria of conferences, and we are all aware of that. We come up with beautiful commitments, but once we leave this room, we will remember them when we next come back. And that is what happens in most conferences. But looking now inwards, back in Kenya, what the Constitution expects us to do is to mainstream the commitments we make at global level, at regional level, into our policies. And that is what we have been doing. And today, since I'm looking at young people, I want to talk about one policy that as a country, we are not doing very well, but it can be done better. In Kenya, when you become pregnant and drop out of school, the policy allows you to go back. I'm talking of a teenage girl. She may be 10 years, she may be 12. She has become pregnant, she is allowed to go back. I went to a school in Western Kenya where they are implementing this to the letter. They have somewhere these young girls come with the baby and leave the baby, go to class, continue with class. There is somebody taking care of those babies. And they will breastfeed at break time, at lunch time, and they are given meals in that school, which I found to be a very beautiful thing. But that is not happening everywhere. As a country, we have committed that every child is entitled to education. It's in our constitution. But it's a commitment we have made as a country. But it is not happening. That was one case in Western Kenya. If I go to the health information system data and look at how many girls are becoming pregnant and how many boys are becoming fathers, because actually it's the young boys who are making these girls pregnant, and they are dropping out of school. I've interacted with young fathers who have to drop out of school to take care of these children. So we are not implementing our commitments. I'm not only looking at the commitments we make in conferencing, I'm looking at the commitments we have made in Kenya as a constitution, policies that we have them beautiful on paper, that if we implemented them to the letter, these young people would not be complaining. Why? We are supposed to harness our demographic dividend. One of the pillars is health and well-being, and we have committed to that. Are we doing that? No, because our young people are not accessing the sexual reproductive health services and information. Why have I talked about information? There's a program we are implementing to return girls to school, to support them so that they can go back. And having a conversation with them, what they were telling us, if I had the information, I would not have become pregnant. Why? They don't know that having sex can make them pregnant. And you see the naivety that they have. That if you have sex and you take black tea, am I talking to the young people? That if you have black tea, you cannot get pregnant. So they take a lot of black tea after having sex. That is the information they have been given. And who is to blame for this? It's me and you. We made a commitment that we are to give these people information so that they can prevent getting pregnant, so that they can delay the sexual debut. Because it's not everybody who will have sex. If they know having sex, I can get STI, I can get pregnant. So it's all these issues. So we made beautiful commitments in our policies. And we even developed some framework to implement these commitments. But we are failing the young people because we don't implement them. I want to give also another example of a school we are providing mentorship. In 2023, I don't want to name the school, they had 54 pregnancies. Are you imagining 54 girls dropping out because of pregnancy? That is in 2023. We started working with that school. And do you know, we never gave them anything else. Information. It's a mixed school of boys and girls. This, I'm talking of children between 14 to 18 years, 19. The next year, 2024, we had 11. We continued, and in 2025, we went to 0. What did we identify as an issue in that school? The young people told us they're not being parented. I can leave home on Monday, not go home until Friday. When I arrive on Friday, I'm not asked where I've been. Young people want to feel us as parents also care about them. And sometimes they behave like that, seeking attention. So parenting is wanting. I'm talking to the parents in this room. So that is the issue they identified. Then they say they are not getting information about their sexuality. There is this saying that has been said that as biology and policies are not talking to each other. A human being is an animal. When you start developing into puberty, your body is telling you you need to mate. I hope I'm talking to everybody. So when your body tells you you want to mate, you have no information. I was told by that one young man that anytime he saw the girls in class, even what the teacher was saying, he couldn't reason. So what do we need to do is to tell them that is natural. You are growing up. So we give them the information so that they can make informed choices. They don't become pregnant. They don't start engaging in sex as an experiment. They have sex because they know what they are doing and they know the consequences of having sex. Because sometimes even with contraception, they fail. So what are their priorities? We give them the value system so that they make informed choices. So what will I say? Yes, we make commitments, but do we honor them? Not always. Sometimes we do, but not 100%. We need to honor our policies. The policies are not bad. If we implemented them, I'll tell you, these young people will be celebrating. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So when we hear the Kenya government talking that way, then we know there is commitment to implement commitments. And so we've also seen that because they have been part of this conference trying to push us to work together to implement those commitments. So thank you. Before we open it up then to hear the views of everyone, on this same matter of commitments, our learned friend Lucy Minayo, do you feel as part of civil society that we are doing enough to ensure that there is accountability? And what is it that we need to do more to ensure that there is accountability in honoring commitments that we have made as countries?
So good evening, everyone. Thank you, Prof. I'd like to start us on a somber note, just to take a few seconds to acknowledge the 16 children, girls, that died in a recent fire accident in Utumishi Academy here in Kenya. So if you could join me in just meditate for 15 seconds. Thank you very much. So we are dealing with a generation that's under siege. Under siege, they don't have information, we don't want to give them information, and I really appreciate the honesty and the transparency that's coming through from NCPD and other policy actors that are part of this panel. Now, for me, I want to begin from a point of provocation to civil society organizations, and I'll start with a caveat. I only have 8 minutes to relay a message that should be relayed over maybe 3-day conference. So be gentle with me if I don't highlight your organization or what you're doing. It's not because you're not doing the work, it's just time limitation. And my provocation to you is, why were civil society organizations created? Why were they conceptualized in the first place? From my reading, I understand that civil society organizations were created to speak truth to power, to hold power accountable. And along the way, we got co-opted into service provision, which is okay, because our governments were coming out of, colonialism. Taxes were not sufficient at that time. We didn't have enough of a working population for our governments to collect adequate taxes. And really, we were there to complement the efforts of government. But over time, with the generation that we are now, the context that we are living in now, we need to rethink our role and go back to the roots of our foundation, right? We were created, civil society exists to really hold government accountable, to incentivize the uptake of things that, the gaps, the uptake of solutions that we are innovating in the small corners that we exist in. So that's really a provocation to all of us to think about why do we exist and what do we need to do so that we support our governments to, to work in our best interests and to do what is required to breathe life into the rights that we have, our governments have signed on to. So that's one. But two, I also just want to surface a couple of things that civil society organizations have been doing and that we need to continue doing, perhaps strengthen, perhaps rebuild, reform, embed, engage, and really make part and parcel of the way that we do our work. One, Dr. Zulu talked about evidence generation, and I won't speak more on that, but I want to encourage us to, when we think about evidence generation, sometimes we get stuck at the enormity of the task, but there are very good examples that exist in our countries of organizations that actually went out into the communities, gathered data, and that data had consequences. A good example is work that was done by the Center for Reproductive Rights, FIDA Kenya, and FIDA Kenya. They generated evidence in relation to maternal health. And it didn't stop there. They subsequently petitioned the National Human Rights Institution in Kenya to actually look into violations of maternal health. And subsequently the National Commission undertook a public national inquiry on the subject of sexual and reproductive health rights. And that inquiry was instrumental in supporting this country to frame maternal health violations as a reproductive health rights violation. And we saw how that fed into our constitutional review process. So the 44 countries that are represented here, we actually all have vibrant national human rights institutions. Let's engage them with the evidence that we are collecting, the perceptions we are drawing from our engagements with communities with girls. Let's challenge these institutions to actually, support the development of frameworks for the recognition of those rights and, for action, for accountability to be taken at government level. So I challenge you, please look at the report by the National Commission on Human Rights. It has some really good examples of how you can engage the wider public to bring to surface issues that are considered taboo, but going on in our communities and that are, contributing to violations of adolescent girls. So evidence generation, we are doing it. Let's continue doing it even more. Let's engage and collaborate. Let's onboard government entities that have this responsibility so that, this evidence has some results. The second thing that we do and that we can strengthen is really the question of budget tracking. And I know that in the sexual and reproductive health rights ecosystem, this is something that we do and that we can strengthen. It's done very well by other actors. So perhaps the question that we need to ask ourselves is, what partnerships do we need to build with other civil society organizations that may not necessarily be SRHR, that support budget tracking? And we have very good examples across the border in Tanzania. We have networks that are doing incredible budget tracking, and it's really going down to the root, not just, is there a budget allocation on SRH, but going down into the nitty-gritties of what SRHR is. So that's something that we've done as civil society really well, and something we need to continue doing, including engaging parliamentary committees, among others. The third thing that I uncovered in my reading is at community level, how are we supporting? There are civil society organizations that have developed some really good scorecards that are engaging communities, that are engaging young people in actual monitoring what happens to a young person when they access the health facility, tracking this young person from the health facility to the home, and right back. So engaging these communities, going back to the root of why we were established as civil society organizations, and leaning into that legitimizing our work, because our work is really founded on the needs and the priorities of the communities that we serve. Something else that we do really well that we can continue doing, and there are some really great examples, is demand-side accountability. And I want to connect that with active citizenship. And just again remind us why were we created as civil society organizations. So I want to applaud the efforts of various organizations that are seated in here that don't just work from a principles-based perspective. They also engage accountability structures like the judiciary, among others, to breathe life into the rights that young people have been given in constitutions and other laws. I want to acknowledge the work of the Center for Reproductive Rights in Litigation, KELIN, if they're here, Southern Africa Litigation Center, and many others in Tanzania, Uganda. There are many, many organizations that are litigating, and Prof talked about how litigation helps to push the envelope, and it also helps to just unpack things that are not yet clear. So that's been something that has elevated rights advocacy, but also made these rights justiciable. You can claim these rights. There's the litigation, the decisions of the courts help ministries of health and other government departments to understand how to then make those rights accessible by young people. So this is something we need to support. And for us who don't work in the litigation space, it's those cases, the complaints that we uncover in the work that we do, bringing them to these organizations that conduct litigation and collaborating with them. And we've seen collaboration between organizations like RNHK, NAYA, and others that helps this litigation to come alive. And connected to that is the question of active citizenship. So we work on behalf of citizens. We basically support citizens to organize. But the question is, how often, those of us who are not working in communities, or even if we are working in communities, how often do we go back to those communities to seek mandate, to ask them if we are doing the job correctly, if we are failing, if there are gaps, and so on and so forth. And active citizen is going to support our work much, much more. A citizen that knows their rights, a citizen that understands the processes, they understand government systems and structures, they know their rights, they know where to go for help, is a more sustainable model of working, because that citizen will hold even the local person, the local government official in their community accountable to the commitments that they make. So my encouragement to us is to embed mechanisms for generating for making citizens more active in determining the course of their life. And we saw with the Gen Zs, with the the various riots that we claims for rights. English is escaping me. It's not our first language. Apologies, but we've seen how the Gen Zs have been. They are very engaged in their governments. They understand where governments are failing. They go to the streets, they demand their rights, and so on and so forth. So I encourage us to really embed that. And of course, the issue of regional advocacy, which was spoken to by one of the speakers. And then finally, something we have been hesitant to do as civil society organizations is engaging in the political space. You see, we wait for parliamentary committees to start engaging legislators who are already seated in parliament. They are already, they're already married to their ways of being. Yes, Prof, yes. But how about if we start engaging from the level of the political party? I know it is something we don't like to do, but what can we do as civil society to actually infuse our issues in political party manifestos, infuse it in the sensitization of candidates, aspirants, before they become candidates, so that the work is easier when we go to parliament, when we are asking them for accountability at parliamentary level. And I'll just say, all this, Prof, is two things that we need. One is collaboration. We need to build bigger tables. We need to come together. We've seen that where we've made progress as civil society, it's been because of collaboration. Collaboration across movements, collaboration across issues, and so on and so forth. And funders, how do we support collaboration that inspires, working together as opposed to competition? Yeah, so, and of course, enabling environment so that civil society organizations work without fear, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can see the passion. Please clap for Lucy. We will continue these discussions. This is the beginning. And so before we stop, we wanted to just give a few opportunities to hear the voices of the people here. These discussions are going to be continued in various panels and sessions in the meeting, in the conference, so we can have 1 or 2, 3 quick questions if there are. Yes. I don't know who will help us. I see 3 hands already, so we can take those 3. Because of time, there is one behind there, in the middle, and here in front. Oh. And there are more on the other side.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you to the panelists. My name is Dr. Margaret Jenga, CEO of Population Services Kenya. My question goes to the adolescent, the person representing the adolescents. Temi, you came all the way from Nigeria. If we were in this room 3 years from now, what would you want to see change amongst adolescents? There's a message that brought you here today. And what is that vision of success that you would want to see for adolescents? And what levers, if you're able to say, what levers need to be pushed to be able to say that adolescents now are living fully and they're expressing their sexual rights in a healthy manner? Thank you.
Just let's hear from the others, then we will come back.
Can we take one from the francophones?
Yes, go ahead.
Les francophones? Les francophones? Francophone? It needs to balance. Il y a des francophones? Francophones qui ont des questions, qui vous posent des questions, les francophones, s'il vous plaît? OK, d'accord.
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Otieno. I'm a provider. At the same time, I'm also a young man. So I'm Gen Z. So I have a question to the panelists. My first question, first of all, I want to appreciate the effort that RNHK has put in place and also the government. Now, I have a question. Some of the providers, like faith-based organizations, like some faith-based hospitals, they don't encourage family planning and also abortion. They don't encourage family planning and abortion. What are the solution for us here and the solution that the government can give us, and what government can also do to change their attitude towards this? The second question is about...
because of many questions, maybe we restrict it to one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Nailantei, and my question is going to go to Dr. Amenya from UNAIDS. You mentioned something to do with parental consent, and I'm asking on behalf of service provider and myself also being a service provider. So in your capacity, what are those practical legislative reforms you think African countries should actually prioritize to balance child protection while still ensuring timely access to HIV prevention and reproductive health services.
Thank you. We can move maybe this side.
Les jeunes? Francophone? Francophone? Ok, très bien.
Alors, merci aux panélistes. Je réponds au nom de Jerry Tchagbele. Je viens de l'Association togolaise pour le bien-être familial. Et ma préoccupation, c'est aussi une inquiétude. Moi, je viens d'être un parent et j'ai 2 filles. Et par rapport aux grossesses, chaque année, malgré nos efforts, il y a toujours des cas d'environ 2000 grossesses chaque année en milieu scolaire. Quels sont les outils réels qu'on peut mettre en place pour mettre nos jeunes filles en sécurité?
Yeah, I think the system is not so good, so you can quickly translate the question.
Vous pouvez répéter lentement?
No, or to English. You.
So he says that he's a parent of 2 girls, and despite all the effort they are putting to reduce unwanted pregnancy, he would like to know what are the levers that they can use in school to reduce unwanted pregnancy. That's
okay.
it.
Thank you. We can have one last one. You can make your choice.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Barak Magdalene. I'm a youth advocate at the Reproductive Health Network Kenya. Now, we've had a lot of conversations from the beginning of the first speaker, even before this panel. And one thing that is coming out very clearly is the fact that there is a big disconnect between policy and implementation. Now, my question would be, in between policy and implementation, what is that thing that is making it so hard for us to implement the kind of commitments that we actually make in the different conferences, even apart from this particular conference in itself? Because Africa has priorities. But then if we keep having conversations, but then we do not really implement these conversations and the commitments that we take, then there is nothing we are doing at the end of the day. So what is exactly is going wrong, and how can we correct it? And in the middle of all that, what is the role of young people in making sure that we get to meet these particular policies? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So because of time, we will stop there, but this conversation continues. I'm going to ask the panelists to respond. I think Tenny had one question. Respond to that. Dr. Amenya had one question. Lucy will do the policy one, why we are not implementing. And the FBO, yes, the government, we have 2 governments here. He will tell us how to manage that. So as you do that, in 1 minute, you can also give your last takeaway. Just in 1 minute, because of time, you can answer and also give us your takeaway.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's been an exciting conversation. The question that came was about informed consent. What is it that we need to do, and also to protect the young girl? So when I reflected, what came into mind was to reflect on Rwanda. Rwanda looked at its data point on teenage pregnancy, and it realized that it was going up. I think it went up by about 5% or so. So in Parliament, they looked at the data. They looked at the data seriously and decided by law that from 15 years onwards, they could provide their own consent. And for me, That is positive. Positive in the sense that the policymaker has used data to decide on how to protect and prevent early pregnancy among 8 young girls. They ought to be in school. We know that if girls are in school, they complete school, their productivity in terms of lifetime increases significantly, not less than $300,000. So it is important that when policy people are able to connect the impact of the policies that they have, and it is not just passing that law in Parliament, it's also to strengthen community dialogue on the issue. Why are we in this direction of travel? It's because we need to protect our girls so that they can stay in school. So for me, the policy implementation gap depends on political will and commitment of our leaders, and making sure that they allocate resources to allow those who are supposed to do implementation to do the implementation, and also at the same time engaging at the social level, at the community level, because you cannot have the policy disconnected from what the society really wants, because you can pass the law, but then, as you rightly said, biology would override the law. And so we need to carry communities along by engaging them and explaining why this is important, and it is to protect our young girls. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the question on policy has been answered, but I'll just add my voice to it by saying that really the biggest challenge we face in our countries is budgets. It's allocation of resources to match that policy commitment. And sometimes when we leave these conferences or international fora where these commitments are made, we also, as civil society, could play a bigger role in reminding our governments about these responsibilities and engaging from the very basic level at the village, at the local level, on budget making processes. I think that's something we need to integrate in our work a bit more. And if it's not something we want to work on, then building that collaboration with organizations that work on this and make health budget monitoring a priority for those organizations. My takeaway from this conversation, Prof, is really the question of collaboration, networks, coalitions. We are living in a very different world right now. Resources have dwindled, the space is shrinking, threats to civil society organizations are increasing, threats to young people are increasing, and it's unfortunate that young people are becoming the political target for some of the challenges that the older people, the friends of the young people created. So my challenge to us is, how can we work together? Can we collaborate? Those of us who are in, we are all doing different things. How do we break those silos and really sit on a bigger table to dialogue, to exchange the lessons that we are unearthing in our programs, but importantly to leverage the little resources that we have to support young people and to support them the way where it is that they are. And then finally, my takeaway for young people who asked, the young person who asked about what's their role, I was really challenged by the Gen Zs who just went to TikTok and Instagram and they did things. So we don't have to wait for an organized way, like an organization registered, and you start doing. I think just in those small spaces, in the TikToks and the Instagrams and the Snapchats, there's a lot that's already happening that's driven by young people and that's promoting accountability, even among us, civil society organizations who are given a lot of resources, but sometimes we may not be utilizing those resources in the best way. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. In 1 minute, Dr. Achola.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I will start with the question on the faith-based who don't offer family planning. Personally, I offered services
I may say I worked with a missionary hospital in Uganda, and this is Catholic-based. I personally am a Catholic, and I respect the fact that Catholic faith does not believe in offering contraception. So what governments can do is to encourage faith-based organizations whose faith do not believe in family planning to continue referral. I always tell people an example of our professor, one of the famous professor in Uganda, Professor Pius Okong. He worked in this hospital as an obstetrician, and his role was to give women information and refer them. So you can't change this, my brothers who are service providers. There's no way you will tell Catholic Church today as government that we want you to start offering family planning services. However, Catholic Church offers natural family planning method, using the moon bead, using the other fertility awareness methods. So let's continue giving the information and encourage them to refer. There is nothing much we can do. My take-home message in as far as financing landscape in Uganda is concerned is that whereas health financing is characterized by fragmentation and inequality, governments can still harness different funding options. Here I mean options that strengthen public financing management, but also of late we have different options where government can embrace, like the compact agreement with UNFPA, G2G. We have the I give you and you give me, invest this amount of money, I will give you this, the challenge initiative by Japaigo. We also have the TICO model in Uganda, where TICO supports our public facilities. They give in some little finances to support actually scaling up access to adolescent health services. So all this to me as a takeaway message, I want to sum it by saying, above all, we need to institutionalize self-care. We know that our health facilities are overburdened by minor issues. Adolescents have a lot of problems. They have a lot of health challenges. But if we give them information, like my sister said, and we encourage them to practice self-care, that is self-awareness, self-testing, and then self-management, then we will decongest the facilities. So with this, I think, as far as financing is concerned, we have, as governments, we have a lot to do to harness the little resources that we have, and also be intentional where we allocate it and embrace integration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will respond on what is there between policy and implementation. It's actually the resources. We have beautiful policies, but we are not allocating enough resources. And the other question about what is the role of the young people, they're actually taken up the role. I'll give the case for Kenya. If you look at the finance bill, which has been undergoing public participation, if you go to Twitter, you go to LinkedIn, you go to TikTok, they have actually been looking at it, explaining to the other young people. And they actually went and did a presentation to the Finance and National Planning Committee on the finance bill. So yes, the young people are doing something. But the issue is, are they looking at what really affects them? Are they looking at what is it saying about the health? You know, and looking at the printed estimates and saying, have we been allocated resources as young people? So what I would say is the young people need to continue engaging in the budget making process and ensuring that their issues are taken into consideration so that the resources can be allocated where they impact on them. The other question was on what can be done. There's a parent who has asked, I have 2 daughters. What can be done to reduce teenage pregnancy? Information and services. So that you give me information. If I can delay my sexual debut, good. If I can't delay, then, and having that conversation with my parent, I can have contraception, because as the law exists now, we are supposed to get parental consent. So if I'm a parent, I'll be engaging my child on their puberty, what happens. You know, once they start menses, I tell them they can become a parent. Are they ready for that? So that engagement will make those children start making informed choices. But if we keep quiet, they will experiment. And we know what happens when people experiment without knowing what they are testing. What will be my takeaway? In this conference, I would wish that when we leave here, we live with how we are going to engage the young people meaningfully, whatever we do, whatever institutions we serve. Not tokenism, but having a conversation with the young people, because today we are on the stage. Tomorrow, they are taking up that stage. Have we prepared them well enough so that when they come, they can lead? So that we are having young people to take over from us. That will be my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny.
The question for me was, in 3 years, what would success look like? Just a quick story. I joined SWAG initiative unofficially at 10 when we wanted to commemorate International Day of the Girl Child, and we were invited from my primary school to just be involved in the conversation. Now, fast forward 2 years later, so it means a seed was planted in me at 10 years. And now I can speak even on behalf of the organization. In 3 years, a 10-year-old will be 13. Success for me would be that in the space of these 2 years, if a 10-year-old is in this conference at 13, the 13-year-old already knows great information about his or her body. She knows what it means to be pregnant. She knows what it means to have sex. She knows what it means to be affected sexually through sexually transmitted infections. So in 3 years, she should be able to make informed decisions. Now, this is me saying, if I was 13, if I was 10 in this meeting, and in 3 years I'm supposed to come back here, by the time I'm coming back at 13, I should have reached out to my classmates in my class to let them know what I have learned in this conference, to let them know how I'm going to implement it, because once a seed is planted, it grows in you, it springs forth. For everything that is going to be discussed here, in 3 years, there should be implementations. We do not stop talking. We do not keep quiet on what affects us. We keep advocating. As an advocate, you keep speaking up. When you don't get responses for whatever you are asking for, it is not enough that you just keep quiet and be quiet about it. In 3 years, if it has not been effected, if there's a particular way that you've been approaching things and it is not working that way, you try to be innovative just so that you can get answers to your questions. So success would mean that I have questions, I get answers to them by the time, in 3 years' time. Success would mean that I just started knowing what advocacy for girls means, but in 3 years, I can actively speak on girls' rights. I can actively speak on what affects the young person and what affects her health and what it means for her to boldly stand even in a congregation like this. My take home will be government and everyone, every single person has a role in ensuring access to sexual and reproductive health services. Young people have a role to play. Government have a role to play. Service providers have a role to play. It is not enough that one set of people play their roles. Everyone has to be involved in it and actively play the roles. We do not want a biased situation. We don't want a situation where youth advocate and government do not even act. We want a situation where government act, youth advocates, sexual providers provide these services effectively. A question for me will be, youth, young people, boys, girls, they speak about their health every single day, but are we actually listening? Thank you.
Thank you, and that is really a good place to end. This was just to give you a snapshot of what you are going to be hearing for the rest of this conference. So all the issues that we've started discussing will continue. in detail, in depth, and with a lot of evidence. So looking forward to engaging further in the next sessions. Thank you everyone who has been in the panel for a very good job done. Thank you. The picture will come, don't worry.
Yes. The picture will come. Now? On stage? All right. There's somebody here waiting. And as they take that photo, good people, I know it's been a long afternoon, but that is what happens when you bring so many brilliant minds from Africa and beyond into one room to discuss things they are so passionate about. So, I've seen some of you walking out for coffee. I hope you take the coffee and come back, but I would urge you, please don't walk out. We are almost there, so stay put. And as Dr. Osur smiles for that photo, let me tell you guys, Dr. Osur gave me my first story as a journalist that won me an award. Probably he doesn't remember, but in 2013, when he was at IPAS, I did an interview with him. Look at him, even not concentrating on the photo now. Yes, I did an interview with Dr. Osur when he was at IPAS in 2013, a story called Abortion in the Era of Birth Control. That story is still up on the website of Nation Media Group, which was my first employer. And guys, we are still talking about the same things. We are still asking the same questions. I did that story more than 10 years ago, a decade ago. Some of the things that Dr. Osur has said here, he told me in that interview. Well, I won an award. I fell in love with sexual and reproductive health and rights again, and I'm glad to be here. Now, let's do a pulse check. People from West Africa. West Africa? West Africa? You're sleeping. West Africa? East Africa. North Africa? One person. North Africa. Whistle again. North Africa? Stand up. North Africa. If you were here from North Africa, where are you? Just stand up. Did they stand up? Did anyone stand up? I can't see anyone. Or is that a friend of North Africa? Yes. Southern Africa? Where? Which country? Malawi. Zimbabwe. Lesotho, Zambia. Okay, Central Africa. Yay. Which country? Cameroon. Linus was looking for you guys. Cameroon is here, Linus. All right, good people. There is a video that I want us to see as Evelyn Opondo comes on stage. This is a video of some young people who started their journey in Nairobi and did the whole road trip from Nairobi all the way to here. And it will be lovely to see what they were up to because they made 2 stops, I think, and they were flagged off at the Amref International University in Nairobi. Then they made their way all over to Mombasa, where they did Chini ya Mnazi. Media team, let's just see that video as Evelyn walks on stage for our next session, which will be our fireside chat.
Vijana hoye, hoye hoye, Africa hoye, hoye hoye, RNHK.
When we come to the conference, you're going to blow up these voices of young people. Even though they're not going to be in the room, you're going to be a representation of them.
No decisions should be made without young people. So for them to be included, they should be on the table.
Tuko tayari Mombasa, karibu nyumbani, shika mkeka. RNHK. Jisikie huru, hapa umefika. RNHK. Hakuna presha, hapa raha mpwito mpwito. Ngoma inakesha, furaha bila mwisho, mama yo. Karibu Mombasa,
Mwenyeji nipone,
karibu Mombasa,
shida zote zikome.
karibu Mombasa.
Mwenyeji nipone mama yo.
We dubbed this color fest chini ya mnazi to understand that everyone has a different color, everyone shines differently, but despite all the colors, despite the difference, we are all of equal rights, and SRHR rights are human rights.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us till the end. We still have the chief guest yet to speak. You must stay for that and hear the Kenyan government's commitment. And we have one more other speaker, I believe, somewhere, who will be speaking. My name is Evelyn Opondo. I work for the International Center for Research on Women as the Africa Director. And I'm really, really excited to be joined by 3 other panelists who I want to invite to the stage. Salima, can you come forward? Sarah Joy and Dr. Karimi. Thank you for joining us, and I just want to ask the panelists to introduce themselves before we get into the session.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Malaba. I work for TICO as the co-CEO, and I'm happy to be here to talk about adolescent girls and young women.
Good evening. Okay, is it on? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. My name is Salima Namsovia. I work with the Center for Reproductive Rights.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Janet Karimi. I work for the Ministry of Health in the Division of Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Adolescent Health, and I head the Reproductive and Maternal Health section. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. So ours is a rapid fire. We only have 20 minutes, so we are going to try to squeeze in. But these are some of the conveners of this conference, the people who saw it fit to invest in this conference. So we want to understand from them why they think this conference is important and what must be done. Now, we have heard quite a bit about the demographic dividend from almost every speaker, but we've also been reminded that unless we do something about it, it's just a potential that we might not achieve. And Claudia really articulated that very clearly. So really, this is the defining development story of our time, the demographic dividend. How can we, as Africa, really take advantage of this young population? We've also been told that sexual reproductive health and rights sits at the intersection of education, of economic growth, of gender equality, of climate resilience, and much more. So it's much broader than the conversations that we have ordinarily had. But we're also reminded that such convenings are not just convenings. They are also catalysts. We know of convenings in the past in other places that have led to so much more in terms of changing the discourse, whether we are talking about the Beijing the Beijing conference, the Nairobi conference, the Vienna conference, all of those conferences acted as a catalyst. I think the question for us is, if we are talking about the demographic dividend, we are so proud of this young African population. We have also said that SRHR is at the core of whether we realize our demographic dividend or not. And the RNHK conference is the only conference that brings us together as Africans to speak about adolescent SRHR. So the question to us is, how do we utilize this potential? So this conversation today is about what is urgent and what is possible. It will also be, we will also be discussing throughout the conference what is at stake and what becomes possible if we get this right. I am delighted to be joined by the three panelists here. And I want to first of all invite Salima, who has introduced herself as the Vice President for Africa at the Center for Reproductive Rights, to just briefly tell us, Salima, we have had challenges, and some of them have been articulated here around adolescent sexual reproductive health and rights. But this is a justice issue. What is really at stake if we delay action? And from where you sit, what are some of the signs that give you confidence that progress is truly possible on adolescent sexual reproductive health and rights in Africa?
Thank you very much, Evelyn. For me, I'm really glad that we are at this point in history where there is recognition that adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights is a justice issue, that it is a human rights issue, that adolescents do have agency, and that, you know, among the adolescents, there are also adolescents who have intersectional marginalizations, and therefore their needs have to be taken care of as such. But even with that recognition, we continue to see the violations. We continue to see fluctuations in progress. We had, you know, earlier, there was talk of, okay, there is reduction of teenage pregnancies somewhere, but also we see reports, for example, from UNICEF saying that actually adolescent pregnancy, unsafe abortions remain acute on the continent. So part of why this happens is because of gaps in our legal and policy environment. And for me, because the earlier speakers, Dr. Claudia, Dr. Elia, you know, they talked about the other aspects of what could be happening in terms of the risks for inaction. So I'll restrict myself to the legal and policy environment and say that where we are at the moment, we still see that there is debate, for example, around age of consent for adolescents. At what age can they access services? We see that there is still debate on whether, you know, there has to be third-party consent. We see there is still debates around criminalization of access to services. And this is part of the reason why we need to act and act now in terms of getting the legal and policy environment very clearly. For Africa, we had that 1 in 3 adolescents will be living in Africa by 2050, and this is not something small. What is at risk in terms of the legal and policy environment is that if we don't get it right, First of all, we are going to continue seeing situations, everything that we are discussing here. Access to services will not happen because service delivery will remain at the mercy of the service provider. We've had situations where, for example, an agency wakes up and says, Mary Stops, you need to stop providing services because it is illegal. We've had situations where adolescents go to health centers and they are told you cannot access services because you're too young to have sex. You know, this is because of the ambiguity that still exists within our laws, but also many people here talked about being service providers. And we also see that if we do not decriminalize service provision, we are going to continue seeing a situation where service providers are arrested and detained because of providing SRHR services, and where lawyers are running all over the place to try and get service providers out of jail. And what this does is that it keeps away people who could be providing services to the adolescents from providing these services. And we've seen this happen where people have actually changed their careers and felt that it is too risky for them to be dealing with SRHR because they do not know what could happen the next day. They could get arrested, and we've dealt with many of these cases. But also we've seen adolescents being arrested and put in jail for accessing, for example, post-abortion care. Some of the cases that we've dealt with at CRR, again, have been handling this issue. An adolescent shows up, they've had a miscarriage, they get arrested. Or as we saw in Malawi, a young girl who has faced sexual violence going before a service provider, and the service provider determines that they will not give them services because, you know, it's an issue of abortion and their values do not speak to that. So really, I think, like I've always said to many of my colleagues, that we live in contexts that do not give second chances. Many of our countries actually do not allow second chances. Where an adolescent, for example, is disrupted in education, the chances of returning into school are very limited. And where, you know, they face, for example, morbidity, then the chances of getting rehabilitation and getting back their life is really limited. So the cost is huge. I will not belabor what was said earlier, but what I would say, because I see Evelyn looking at me, is that we must act now to create an enabling legal and policy environment to ensure a seamless and non-judgmental access to sexual and reproductive health and services, and ensure that the adolescents are getting the information that they require. But a proper legal and policy environment would also empower the adolescents that we are talking about to be able to push for accountability, and we must be able to act now to arm them with the necessary tools that they require to push for that accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Salima. And you've raised important issues, and I'm so glad the Kenya Ministry of Health leadership is here. Recently, the court's decision, and I think that has been referred to, the court's decision that non-coercive consensual sex amongst adolescents should not be criminalized. And then we have the Kenya reproductive health policy that speaks about parental consent for RH services from up to 21 years of age. So if these adolescents can actually have sex that's non-coercive, will they be getting services? I think there's really need for us to start thinking about how we harmonize our laws. We have an opportunity here to make sure that those few adolescents who opt to have that non-coercive sex are actually getting services and that they're protected within our policies. Now, to you, Sarah Joy. The adolescents and the young people that we are dealing with are not the same ones of maybe 10 years ago. We are seeing them on the streets. They are fighting, for our civic rights. They are adolescents that are and young people who are so aware and are engaging in so many things that, the fights that we probably did not engage in. Yet, we are still restricting them when it comes to access to sexual reproductive health and rights. At TICO, you work on the front lines, delivering services and designing solutions that reach young people. What are you seeing on the ground that makes this moment different? And what's working for adolescents today that was not working 5 years ago?
Thank you. That's a really loaded question. And I have a couple of points to bring out. The first one being that adolescents and young women are not homogeneous. What you see in Burkina Faso is different from Malawi and different from South Africa. And if we do a one-size-fits-all, we will continue to fail. Even when you talk about the triple threat in the lives of adolescent girls, it manifests differently in different country contexts. So we must remember that they are not homogeneous, and so they need tailored support. This is a difficult term because somebody will say it's going to be too expensive to tailor, but we must do it. They are as different as they come, with different population and with different demographics. Think about it. When you were 15 years and the young person of today who is 15 years, you're two totally different people. Why do we want to program for them the same way we did 30 years ago? It's not going to work. The second thing that I just want to point out is that I have heard over and over again, we talking about access to SRH, and sometimes we call it, teen pregnancy. I want us to name it for what it is. The question of unintended pregnancy and new HIV infections is really driven by sexual and gender-based violence. That is what the evidence says. When we sit here and ask ourselves, why can't we prevent unintended pregnancy and new HIV infection, is because we want to do it in a siloed manner. Young people often tell us about the need for integrated care. It doesn't mean that they have everything in one place, but it just means that we need to afford them sufficient choice. But what I want to say is that if we do not address sexual and gender-based violence in whatever manner it manifests, whether it's FGM, whether it is rape, whether it is transactional sex, we're continuing to lose this war. And young people often tell us at TICO, they need choice, they need options, and they need integration. Sometimes for them, integration means don't refer me to one type of infrastructure. Integration sometimes means give me a choice between public and private. If we fashion our national health insurance schemes around public and private sector, why do we want to force adolescent girls to access services only through the public sector? They need choice. Sometimes the public sector is not the most accessible to them. We heard from the young lady. Sometimes it's discriminatory. Sometimes they doubt the quality. I'm not saying that that is true, but what they're saying is that they need choice, and we need to think about that. A very important aspect, I think, that we need to continue to center, sometimes we call it youth inclusion or youth voice. At TICO, we call it girltricity. We must lead with the girls' voices. Young people know what they need, when they need it, how they need it, and where they need it. We're not listening enough. We're not respectful enough. Girl-centricity for us means that they tell us when, where, and how this needs to work. Timing is in there. Resources is in there. The type of information is in there. Who gives them that information is in there. We need to listen to adolescents some more. Yes, they have agency, they have voice, they have different tools and different access points. At TICO, we spend our days addressing 3 critical barriers: the barrier of awareness, the barrier of access, and the barrier of affordability. A lot of the panelists talked about awareness and how that change, and that young people need access. There's a real question around affordability, when young people need to pay in one way or the other for access to services. And the most affected young woman is the one that we term as the most vulnerable, the one who lives in multidimensional poverty. She doesn't have anybody who can pay for her access. Payment here would mean something as simple as someone saying, when they go back to school, someone is taking care of their child. It's the wraparounds, but also it is the direct service. Sometimes young people have to pay for a police report when they want to report gender violence. It's an amount of between $15 to $20. If a girl is vulnerable, somebody needs to pay for her. So we need to think about that as well. So just in conclusion, some of the things that the young people tell us is that peer-led approaches work for them. They need to find girls like them who live in their environments, who have information, who can educate them. But at the same time, they want that girl to be paired with a more mature community health worker, because that community health worker has more knowledge around navigating in the health sector. They also tell us that they need to be able to link the information that they have to the service access, and it needs to be timely. It needs to meet them in the middle. It needs to feel youth-friendly, non-discriminatory as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to you, Dr. Karimi, African governments are drowning in debt. We have seen funding cuts, some of them targeted at some of the sexual reproductive health services, such as contraceptives, have been, family planning has been defunded. But sitting in the Kenyan Ministry of Health, governments are donors, and donors, you know, are currently navigating multiple competing priorities. In this context, what makes sustained or even increased funding on adolescent sexual reproductive health a compelling priority for the Kenyan government?
Thank you for that question. Investing in adolescents is actually compelling, one, because they make up to 25% of the population for those aged 10 to 19. And if we count for those up from 10 to 24, they actually make up 33% of the population. So this is more than a quarter, almost a third of our population, and that means that the health burdens that they face are a cost to us. So we therefore must invest in prevention of conditions in this age group. One, prevention is important for the health of the adolescent. New cases of HIV right now, up to 50% are among the adolescents. So we must prevent this to also prevent future healthcare expenses. In the long run, it will be more cost effective. In terms of, let's say, cervical cancer, we must invest in the prevention of cervical cancer, in the vaccine, so that we don't incur future expenses in treating cervical cancer. So in the long run, investing in this age group will save us healthcare expenses. But it is not only about the saving right now. We are preventing disease, preventing healthcare costs, but also their condition right now determines their future health. Where we have adolescents with poor mental health outcomes, the decisions they make will affect their future health. Unsafe sexual practices will give rise to things like infertility or STIs that lead to infertility and will have negative consequences in the future. So investing right now, investing earlier means preventing future morbidity and mortality, and therefore giving us that dividend. The other thing is that it's not only a health issue, it's also a social issue. For us who are here, think of the decisions you made when you are an adolescent. When you are going to maybe high school, you had to sit and think, what do I want for myself? Where should I go to high school and what effort do I need for that? Or even what university course should I do? So those decisions that were made during those adolescent years sometimes have determined where you are right now as a young adult, as a person in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s. And what we are saying is that we want every adolescent to attain their ultimate potential. their highest potential. So we need to invest in them right now to make the right decisions, to be in the right mind space to make the right decisions, which will affect their lives 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, even into their retirement. And I think for most of us, provided with that opportunity for good mental health space, sexual reproductive health education, the choices you made then, therefore, have influenced your outcome and your productivity right now. And cumulatively for the country then, if all are given that opportunity, we'll have the potential for maximum productivity. So we must invest in that. That being said, in the context that we are in of donor cuts, we have to look at our own internal funding, and we have to look at integration. I think previous speakers have said we have to embrace integration. So when we are programming for maternal, for reproductive health or for maternal health, it has to incorporate the adolescent within that. For the government, for example, in maternal health, there is a fund which was specifically set aside to pay for premiums for adolescents so that they can access health services, delivery services from facilities. But you see, that is in the context of within the maternal health services. If we are talking about mental health services, then the mental health programming then should specifically also look into adolescents. If we are talking about HIV, then it has to incorporate adolescents. So we are saying let us integrate across the programs, but also within the programs. For every programming, we are encouraging that so that the funds are, still covering or catering to the adolescent. And even when we talk about the social health authority mechanisms for sustainability, we also are including the adolescent health issues within various tracks to ensure that the services are offered, still domestic resources, even in the context of the dwindling donor funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karimi. Now, this is the third year, I believe, that the Ministry of Health is partnering with RNHK as the main conveners of this conference. For you, as the Ministry of Health, why is such a regional knowledge sharing platform important?
It is important, and I think for me, one is to learn from other countries. For example, I think Uganda has mentioned that they were able to ring-fence 10% of their maternal newborn budget to adolescent health. So it is good to hear that and to be challenged so that we are also starting to think about how can we achieve such an achievement. Maybe from us, they can also learn that on 28th, the president pronounced 2.5 billion for family planning as part of the measures to reduce maternal mortality, because we know family planning reduces that. So also to share our experiences and what we've been able to achieve, but also to be able to come back in subsequent years and say from what commitments different countries made, what have we done, and also to avoid reinventing the wheel. If someone else has done something, another country has done something that is working, countries have been able to lower age of consent. How did they do that? So I think it creates a valuable learning experience for countries, especially for us African countries, so that we can champion the sexual reproductive health rights for adolescents and young people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it. We can choose to invest early and wisely, or we can pay later at a higher social and economic cost. We can choose silence, or we can choose evidence, voices, and platforms like this one. I hope we choose to invest now and support such platforms. Thank you very much for your time.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Merci, merci beaucoup. They're gone. Oh, group photo. Group photo. Une photo de groupe, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup pour cette conversation, merci pour ce dialogue. Mesdames et messieurs, ce matin, Dr Nelly a rencontré le gouverneur de la comité de Mombasa. Ils ont eu un dialogue très intéressant et je voudrais reconnaître la présence de membres du gouvernement du comité de Mombasa qui est ici représenté par membres du comité exécutif pour le service public et administration, la jeunesse et le sport. Honorable Jonathan Wepuhulu. Merci beaucoup. Et je voudrais maintenant inviter le prochain intervenant, le conférencier principal sur le podium, c'est Dr Samukeliso Dube. Dr Samukeliso Dube, s'il vous plaît, venez au podium. Très bien. Merci.
Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When she was 14 years of age, she was oblivious of why she was feeling strange, why her tummy was uncomfortable, and the neighbors whispered, "It's obvious she wouldn't go far." What did you expect when she's raised by a single mother? When she was 18, she was married off because of a pregnancy that was out of wedlock, because she would disgrace the family. Unfortunately, she contracted HIV at 22 from the same man who impregnated her, and they again whispered, "She's lucky that at least she got married." At 19, when she escaped a near-death experience after drinking a herbalist concoction to try and remove the pregnancy that was not intended, they whispered again, "She's just lucky to be alive." When she had to postpone commencement of her studies at 20 because of an unintended pregnancy, she fled down to South Africa because she was expelled from the church choir. And they said, "She's lucky we didn't fire her from church." Yet, at 21, she was left with no choice. But she only saw that the only way to fend for her 6-month-old was to abandon school altogether and try to hustle for her 6-month-old. The conversations that we have had since morning, since afternoon, that dominate the unmet need for reproductive health, for the health of adolescents, are still hit and miss. We are running a continent, ladies and gentlemen, on luck and hope. She's lucky she can read and write. She's lucky she managed to finish Form 4. She's lucky she found somebody to marry her. She's lucky at least she found a job. Your Excellencies, if there are members of parliament here, everyone who calls themselves a development partner, thank you. But more importantly, for the youth leaders, all these distinguished guests that are in here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Samgediso Dube, and I come in peace. Thank you to the previous speaker who did spare a moment of silence to the Utumishi girls who perished. I want us to also think about three things, as we too deserve our moment of silence. One, I would love you to think about one person in your life or in your distant life who is very vulnerable when it comes to reproductive opportunity and to HIV. It could be a distant cousin, it could be a distant community, it could be a refugee community, or it could be a country that is neighboring where we are. That's one thing. Think about it. Think about that person, think about that community. Number two, I would love for you to think and note in your notepad the number of your member of parliament or the number of your county parliament, somebody who you feel legislatively is responsible for what is happening at a local clinic level. Dr. Bashir, you're not yet writing. And lastly, I would love for you to think about the number for your local clinic. And as I go through what I'm calling my address, think of a question that you would ask them. And I'm going to offer you a basic presumption. You want to ask them, do they have at least HIV testing? Do they have at least 3 methods of contraception that are available for young people? I was again promised by the previous panelists that the president of Kenya did commit, is it 19.5 million for family planning commodities? So we are going to ask, right? We are allowed to ask. Do they have at least 3 methods of contraception? At least 1 short-acting and at least 2 long-acting methods of contraception. You see, we are not here to play, we are here to act. Colleagues and friends, I say I come in peace because there can never be prosperity without dignity, neither can there be peace without prosperity. Peace because no continent can achieve its ambitions while leaving the very generation that must build its future behind. Yet, in the previous year, as you saw, many of us are guilty and we are complicit of some of the things that happened. If you see legislators and the Judiciary Academy of Kenya being involved in the room, they know and they tell us that we are guilty too. Guilty as charged, because some of you work for organizations that in 2025 removed the word family planning from their websites. Some removed reproductive health from their emails. Some removed that narration from their LinkedIn profiles in the hope that they could be funded lest USAID be revived. We are guilty and we are complicit. We have, for many years, hidden behind, it's just maternal health, maternal mortality, when we don't fund reproductive health services for adolescents. Yet we know the very numbers that we see in maternal mortality are driven by these unintended pregnancies. We've also hidden, for the Africa we want, we've hidden behind what politicians want and want to hear. We are not going to talk about it this year because it's a year of elections. This is the member of parliament who doesn't like to hear that because he prefers we use the language of maternal health. This is not the religious council that can talk about that because you know what the Bible says. Colleagues and friends, we have legislated morality because we feel good on a Sunday morning. Because as Thabo Mbeki, who is an architect of contemporary Africa, tells in his famous poem, and I'm hoping that many of you do read it, "For the Africa I want." This is a continent that I have, the only one that I have. I live in Washington, D.C. today, and you know, when I produce my Zimbabwean passport, people feel sorry for me. A banned country, right? Those who shouldn't belong. This is the only continent that I belong to, so we must get it right. Thabo Mbeki says that him, as a grandchild of the warrior men and women that Hintsa and Sekhukhune led, the patriots that Tshwayo and Pepu took to battle, the soldiers Moshoshi and Ngungunyane taught, never to dishonor the cause of freedom. That cause of freedom is what I stand for today, because the Africa I want is not going to relegate adolescents to the dustbins of history. The continent that I want is what resonates when I read this poem, where he says, "My mind and my knowledge of myself, it is formed from the victories that are the jewels of our African crown. The victories we earned from Isandlwana to Khartoum, as Ethiopians and as the Ashanti of Ghana, as the Peppers of the desert. They earned a freedom that you and I today have no right, ladies and gentlemen, to think that adolescents or women are less of that freedom. It is a privilege for FP 2030, our colleagues and friends today, to join you, Nelly, and Claudia, in this 9th Pan-African Adolescent and Youth Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Conference. Thank you, Nelly, for convening this important gathering, which I like the fact that you called it scientific. Because when you say science, everyone should respond, because numbers do not lie. You heard what Elias Zulu said, and Elia is not a liar. He said that a quarter of the world's population, and even like 1 in 3 of adolescents in the future by 2050 will be living in the continent. So you and I have a responsibility to do right by them. And this conference comes at a time when our continent, ladies and gentlemen, is at a crossroad. We are home to this largest generation of young people, and we want to invest in them differently. Their aspirations matter. Their health matters. And as I began with stories that many of us in this room have heard or lived, I don't want us to normalize them. Stories that when Nelly calls me and says there's only one implant that is left in one certain clinic, I should react and not have sleep like a baby. I shouldn't, because I know that when she calls me, I should do something about it. And so should you. But frankly, these stories we've allowed to simmer into normality in our communities, running the entire generation on luck and chance. Maybe we didn't know better. We still have had many communities where parents just celebrated their children only completed O-level or A-level, lucky to survive environments where little was expected of girls, lucky to avoid violence that was often hidden behind the walls of, we are a family, let's keep it within the family, lucky to avoid becoming another statistic. And when a girl became pregnant, we blamed her. But some of you chose to be curious. I don't know whether Remy from Vitol Foundation is here, but thank you for all of you who are showing up in solidarity for this conference. The Kingdom of the Netherlands there, people from Sweden who are showing up and showing up differently to partner with us, because they are saying for a girl in Burkina Faso, their aspirations should not be ignored, because they too matter like the aspirations of a girl living in London. And you became curious to attend this conference. So thank you. Thank you for partnering with us and saying girls will amount to something. That their dream shouldn't disappear, and we should not call it luck or fate. Even the bright, the ambitious, the talented, too need support. Across our continent, there are millions of girls that Nelly spoke about in the morning, the Aminas. Millions of dreams delayed, millions of ambitions interrupted. Young people forced to navigate adulthood before their time. And as you see, when you see lawyers standing in a panel, led by Evelyn Opondo, we are guilty. And Evelyn, by the way, is a member of the FP 2030 board, so thank you, my boss. I have a challenge. Claudia, you said, and I took note. First 3 months in your job, I'm giving you a challenge. The challenge is that all organizations listed here, I want you to start with the end in mind that is different from how we've been calculating success. Because in Africa, we say that children eat first. Do you know why? Because they are vulnerable. If adults eat first, children might not be left with anything. I would love for you to start with the most vulnerable in our continent and measure that as success. The ones living in fragile environments. The ones who, when we say there is war, we never reach. The ones where we say it's very difficult to reach their clinic with a 4x4. The ones who, because of the triple threat of vulnerability, it's very difficult to extract what their real challenge at any given time is. That's how, when we are talking to the IPPF director for Africa, in a few years from now, she will tell us what the statistics of programming for that vulnerability entail. And others are doing it. Thank you, Sarah, who was in the previous panel, Malaba from TICO, for doing this. Colleagues and friends, the issue is not unique to Africa, but some places in the world are tackling it head on. Asia Pacific, as you know, FP 2030, working globally, home to nearly 1 billion young people aged between 10 and 24, has somewhat reduced this statistic of teenage pregnancy and vulnerability, but they too have a long way to go. But countries in East Asia, for example, they are recording 7 per 1,000 teenage pregnancies. Do you know, in Africa, we still have a range between 39, where are my colleagues from Rwanda? They are doing better than most, but we've got countries like Mozambique where it's 180 per 1,000. So we still have a long way to go. I wanted to just double click on the Latin America and Caribbean regions, who, as you know, USAID left some time ago. They did well, and you did mention that, Richard from UNAIDS, you mentioned how HIV incidence is going down in some populations, but not going down when you're talking about young people. And that's the data that we are seeing even in LAC region. Whilst the rate of decline has kind of plateaued in that region, in that part of the world. Again, if we are not intentional, we will leave this problem unattended. Did you know that we've got 1,310 days before 2030? Did you know that? Yet, Africa remains a challenge. And why we are here is because our data is not looking that good for 2030. But why does it matter now? It's because when Dr. Roslyn wakes up and tirelessly wants every district to show in her spreadsheet about where the youth of Uganda are, she is working, and I'm hoping, Dr. Roslyn, you're having sleepless nights about that, because you want to know where are we failing and where can we succeed and how do we do that? Because you have seen that for Uganda, for Kenya, for Rwanda, the major opportunity for your growth is actually amongst young people. And again, the question that I'm going to leave with Dr. Bashir, I asked during lunch, what is the number? What is the number that will fill that gap that you are looking for? How much money, because we talk about limited resources, but how much money do you want to raise? And for what? Because often we raise money, we're excited about raising money. So if I had a check of 10 billion today, where are you going to put the money? Is that what you need? Is it enough or not? So I love a scientific conference because to drive how data is really key for decision making. I think Dr. Janet is an economist as well. You could tell from how she's about prevention. Dr. Janet, for you to have cost effectiveness, you need to have it. And I'm hoping that where is she? You need to have that denominator. So let's ask Dr. Bashir, what is the denominator? How much money are we looking for? And what are we going to use that money for? The largest threat ladies and gentlemen, is what we spoke about, siloed approach, not siloed as in the programming, but siloed conversations. I dare say, even when our global commons are under threat, collaboration for progress has been fractured by geopolitics. Women have always found a way. You know why? Because when we met in the Iron Age days, when we met in the well trying to get water, we will tell each other the secrets of how to manage our pregnancies, prevent a pregnancy, remove a pregnancy. Women did that. But patriarchy has become strong, institutionalized, and formalized, that some of those conversations can't exist anymore. Colleagues, we didn't get to where we are by not managing our bodies. We managed this, and this is not a Western concept. Reproductive health and rights are not a Western concept. They are an African concept. Where there is sex, there is reproductive health, and where there is reproductive health, we need to have reproductive rights, isn't it? So I have seen time and time again in conversations when we are talking about women, we want to remove rights. When we talk about reproductive health, we want to remove rights. This is an African right. And let's stand by what it is. That's how, when you want to solve a problem, you need to name it, put it on the table so that you can solve it if it's a challenge. Now, patriarchy hides behind two main things in Africa. One, it hides behind culture. It is not an African culture. We literally take a finger and hide behind the finger instead of using culture for nostalgic reflection. We use culture for nostalgic restoration. You can't restore the past because you are not there. During Shaka the Zulu, you are not there, so you can't restore what was happening then. You can only reflect. And when you reflect, it helps you to move forward. We also hide behind religion. I don't know this, and I'm not going to stand here because this is not a pulpit, but I know in my heart of hearts that I've seen in my reproductive health career some Pharisees and Sadducees. The other threat is that we do not have numbers that add up. So I'm hoping that when you talk about financing, African Development Bank institutions, and all those who we want to partner with should come on board. Thank you, UNFPA, for advancing the match fund so that at least we can start somewhere and we can meet each other halfway. Thank you for advancing that cause. And for countries that are not yet in the match fund, please get in there. I give, you give, so that progress can really be spelled in adolescent and reproductive health. The threat that I worry about is the prioritization. We need to prioritize what is important, even within the basket of scarcity. I don't know, for the economists who are in the room, if I am in a family and I'm only getting $10, I need to say $1 goes to education, $1 goes to healthcare. Within the healthcare, 50 cents is going to go to reproductive health, etc. We don't have that formula. And I'm challenging those who are health economists, those who are statisticians, those who are data nerds in our room. Elia, numbers do not lie, isn't it? And Elia is not a liar. So this is also propelled by myths. The myth that is also a challenge that I want to address briefly and quickly is that, no, we'll invest in reproductive health when our economies grow. Unfortunately, the economy will not grow without investing in reproductive health. Another myth is that faith opposes family planning and reproductive health. I've said time immemorial that, and I'm grateful for people who are championing this cause, the religious leaders in the room who are championing this cause. Yes, thank you for calling it birth spacing, thank you for calling it whatever, so that you can advance reproductive health and rights amongst young people. But we have also seen within this demographic dividend narrative that family planning will weaken Africa's youth asset. Because if we invest, Nigeria's population will go down. Believe you me, the numbers, when we crack them, Nigeria is not about to become Estonia. Even if all Nigerians stop having sex today, the population is not going to go down. So rest assured, we are fine. There are opportunities, however, of what is working and what should be scaled. I am really grateful, sincerely, and I've got my team here. I've got a team across the world that is working passionately on youth issues. I've got Margaret, who is based in Nigeria. I've got Natalia Deloin, who is based in Colombia. I've got Sadia, who is based in Malaysia. They work tirelessly to really highlight these youth issues. So youth leadership right now is not our problem. But young people, as you said, must be part of policy. Another opportunity that we have is the growing political recognition of youth issues. Do you know what the challenge is? The challenge is crafting the narrative so that politicians can hear it. And why I asked you for that number of your member of parliament, if you don't have their number, ask and get the number of their wife, of their girlfriend, of their concubine, of whoever, because they will listen when you tell them that this matters for them too. So we need the art and the science of persuasion for our members of parliament when it comes to budgetary allocation for family planning commodities, which I think Kenya is winning now, but importantly in there for adolescent programming. We need that. We need that, and ask them, how do we get there? Ask them, because usually some of them are close to the president, right? How do you convince them to get to the president? And I need all of you to stand up to this challenge. So the political recognition of young people and youth issues, let's capitalize on that. The other opportunity here that we have is digital transformation. It's a threat in that there is disinformation, and I'm not talking merely about misinformation. Disinformation, where there is the deliberate caricature of, I want this information to portray what it shouldn't portray. Disinformation. That is really growing at an alarming speed, even when there is a vacuum around comprehensive sexuality education. There is also an opportunity of integration across sectors, but I wanted to point something here, Dr. Janet. You spoke about integration. Let's not integrate issues into oblivion. Because when I say integrate, exactly what does it mean for a nurse on the ground? That's what we should think about from the word go. I want to conclude that the greatest opportunity for Africa, whilst I'm mentioning the evidence of economic returns, whilst I'm mentioning what the scientific panel is going to talk about in the next 3 days, the opportunity for Africa is in what it means to be an African. That's the greatest opportunity. Because in my lifetime, I would love for every African to walk with a squint and a bounce in their step, because they know and they are confident on why it matters to be an African. Because the future of this continent is not going to be determined by the threats facing young people. It will be determined by how boldly we respond to them. Professor Joachim said, and I'm listening intently, he said that it's the lack of courage, I think it's also Dr. Richard, the lack of courage to face the challenges that we actually have. And I'm calling for all of us for courage of conviction today, because we know what works. The task is to finance it. We know where to get the money. The task is to allocate it. We know how to allocate the money. The task is to spend it wisely. And when you have spent it wisely, how are you going to report, scale, and sustain this? When we invest in adolescents and in young people, we are investing in Africa's greatest opportunity. In our lifetime, we are planting trees that you want to see them spring to life. You have seen in Rwanda, you know, those palm trees. We were talking with Dr. Claudia yesterday, that she was saying that she saw the trees being planted that you see in the highways of Rwanda. And today they are big palm trees. You can even plant that tree today and you can sit under its shadow. Adapted. I am an African. But for me, it is the pain of all the conflicts, the bloodshed that we have gone through, the colonialisms, the liberation that we have seen in our lifetime, whether it's in Somalia, Liberia, Sudan, Burundi, Algeria, it's the pain that I bear for a better continent. The dismal shame of slums, poverty, suffering, human degradation that you see across the world of my continent is a blight that we should share. The blight on our happiness that derives from how we invest differently when it comes to reproductive health. It should not be a drift of the periphery to the ordering of human affairs that are in the periphery, leaving us in a persistent shadow of despair. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a savage road to which nobody should be condemned. We are condemning our young people to luck and chance. This thing that we have done today with RNHK, partnering with them in this small corner of a great continent that has contributed so decisively to the evolution of reproductive health for young people, says that Africa reaffirms that she's continuing her rise from the ashes. We are not going to be silenced. Whatever the setback of the moment, whether it's USAID, whether it's FCDO, whether it's some of the leaders that we have had in the past, Africa will continue to rise because nothing will stop young people. Whatever the difficulties, beloveds, whatever the difficulties, honorable leaders, whatever the difficulties, comrades and compatriots, Africa shall be at peace, and this peace shall be driven by its people and young people. It may sound improbable to the skeptics, some who may be sitting in the room, but we carry a baggage from our past. However heavy it is, we are leaving it behind. They've tried before to silence you, but you have not been silenced, even by the West. They have labeled you, Africa, and young people. Yet you know fully well that you are powerful beyond measure. Susan Hurd said, "It is only a few determined individuals who can change the world." And in fact, she says, it's the only thing that does. Determination. A few people. You don't need masses. You need a few determined individuals to change the world. Don't forget the 3 questions that I asked you. But I want young people, however vulnerable you are, to stand up for your voices and shout like Cecil Richards, who worked for PP Global, said, when you are in a war, at first you might lose, you might lose again, but then you win. And the win that I want is the win for my continent. 1 minute, Nelly, and I'm going to be off your face. There is, in 1986, one of my favorite poets, Mtabaruka. He spoke about a wretched sea that washed ships to the shores, of mothers crying for their young, swallowed up by the sea. Time immemorial, about a poem that said nothing new. He said, this poem shall speak of time, time unlimited, time undefined. This poem shall call names, names like Lumumba, Kenyatta, Nkrumah, Hannibal, Akhenaton, Haile Selassie, Malcolm Garvey. This poem is vexed about apartheid, vexed about racism, vexed about fascism, Ku Klux Klan, riots in Brixton, Atlanta, Jim Jones. This poem of adolescent reproductive health is revolting. It's revolting against any principle that we have known. First world, second world, third world, fourth world. Division that was man-made by decisions that you make in litigation rooms, in corridors of judiciary power, in corridors where parliamentarians sit and where you decide quotas for votes. This poem is blazing for freedom, freedom for young people, their reproductive health. This poem is a drum, Ashanti, Mau Mau, Ibo, Yoruba, Nahingi warriors. Uhuru, Uhuru Namibia, Uhuru Soweto, Uhuru Africa. But this poem, unfortunately, does not change things because it needs to be changed. This poem is a rebirth of a people, a generation that Africa has been waiting for, arising, awakening, and understanding. The poem speaks, it is speaking, and is yet to be spoken. It will continue even when poets have stopped. writing poems. This poem shall survive you and me because this poem is about sex. It shall linger in history, in your mind, in time forever. This poem is time. Only time will tell. It's still not written. It has no poet. It's just a part of the story. His story, her story, our story. A story still untold. But this poem, right now, is making you want to stop it. Because I know you want to stop it. But this poem is not going to stop. Because it's old, it's new. It was copied from the Bible, from the Quran, from the playbook magazines, from the CIA files, from the KGB files. This poem is not a secret. It shall be called boring, stupid, senseless. It is watching you right now, trying to make sense of this poem. It's messing up your brains, I think, making you want to stop listening to this poem. But you shall not stop listening to this poem because you need to know what will be said next in this poem. And it will be said, it will continue in your mind, in your mind, in your mind, with whatever rhythm you want to hear. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What an honor to listen to you. Yes, two powerful women, children of the motherland. This is what support looks like. Dr. Samu, it's always so refreshing to listen to you. So powerful, so fiery. This continent is really lucky to have you. And these people in here will be the ones to write that poem. Whether you like it or not, you have no option. Good people, you're here, you write that poem, we talk about sex, baby. Okay? Okay? Now, Dr. Serem, I will ask you to go on stage and please invite our chief guest. But as you go up, Elia, please, let's see which school Dr. Samu went to.
I have no idea, please.
I know.
I have still no idea.
Elia. Dr. Usur.
Always Elia.
Dr. Serem, Elia. Elia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, MC. It has been exactly almost 4 hours since I made my opening remarks this afternoon. And I think this afternoon has actually been very loaded. And it's interesting that we are almost still full at this hour. On the several discussions which have been made here, innovations, investments, transformations, partnership and collaborations for the adolescents and the youth. I think it has formed the basis of the discussions for the next 4 days. At this particular time, therefore, it's now the time for our guest of honor, Dr. Bashir. And from the audience, I want, please help me welcome Dr. Bashir. Please put up your hands together as we welcome Dr. Bashir to make his remarks. Welcome, Dr. Bashir.
Indeed, it has been a very long day. And speaking of the firebrand, Dr. Samu Dube, who is starting a revolution on adolescent health, I will try to make it short, but so that we don't dilute our message of lighting the fire and those who matter. The Executive Director of Reproductive Health Network, Kenya, Nelly Munyasia, distinguished delegates from across Africa and beyond, representatives from the civil society, academia, the private sector, faith-based organizations, and young people whose lives this conference exists to serve, and members of the media, good evening. It was written good morning, now it has become evening. Let me be direct, and I did not come to Mombasa to give a ceremonial speech. I came because the work that happens in this room over the next 4 days matters. It matters to every girl in the country and even the continent. That's why this government has decided that her life is worth protecting regardless of her age. The fact that myself and the DG, who was supposed to come here, but unfortunately because of the Ebola issue, he was not able to come, but myself and my team are all here. So this shows proper commitment. We may have challenges in implementation, but the commitment is evident. I want to begin by acknowledging RNHK, 25 years of this work, 25 years of bringing scientists, policymakers, advocates, and young people together around the most urgent questions of our time. Last year's conference drew more than 1,000 delegates from 24 countries. This year, we are not here to repeat that achievement. We are here to surpass it. Africa's future is young. Adolescents make up 23%. These statistics have been repeated by all the speakers before me. 60% of this continent is under 25 years old. Those numbers are not a burden, they are a bet. The question is whether we will honor it and reap the benefits. Africa's Agenda 2063 calls young people the primary drivers and principal engine of the demographic dividend. But I want to say something that conference speeches rarely say plainly enough, that dividend is not coming on its own, it has to be built. Deliberately, with money, with policy, with political will, and most of all, with the courage to have conversations that many governments still consider uncomfortable. A girl cannot drive an economy if she's out of school because of an unintended pregnancy. A young man cannot contribute to national development if he is sick because no one ever gave him accurate information about his health, and especially HIV/AIDS. A community cannot thrive when its young women are navigating HIV, gender-based violence, and unplanned parenthood simultaneously, without support, without services, and without a system that treats their rights as real. What is Kenya government, what has it done about these issues? This government has not been watching from the sidelines. Let me tell you what we have done, and let me be equally honest about what we have not been able to finish. Kenya's teenage pregnancy rate remains one of the most urgent public health challenges we face. Nationally, approximately 15% of our mothers, our young 15 to 19, are either pregnant or already mothers. In counties like Samburu, that figure rises to 50%. This is a show of inequality and equity. In West Pokot, at 6%, these numbers represent girls whose dreams have been interrupted, shattered, whose bodies have been asked to carry responsibilities they were not ready for, and whose future depends entirely on whether the systems around them are strong enough to hold them. Under the Social Health Authority, we made a decision that I'm proud of. Any young woman who walks into a public health facility in Kenya to give birth does so free of charge. No bill, no deposit, no turning away. But this is damage control. Could we have prevented that at a less cost? It's a moral statement. This policy is not just a health intervention, it's a moral statement. It says to every teenage mother in this country, we see you and we will not abandon you at the most vulnerable moment of your life. We will not punish you for being young and pregnant. We will care for you. More than 30 million Kenyans are now covered under SHA, accessing primary health care free of charge at level 2 and level 3 facilities. We have formalized and equipped 107,000 community health promoters, given them stipends, insurance coverage, many of them women who are often the first and only trusted healthcare worker a young person in a remote community will ever encounter. We have launched the Digital Health Superhighway. We have deployed the Iwene initiative, every mother, every newborn, everywhere, which allows us to track deliveries and outcomes in real time across the country. And it's only in Kenya where the head of state, the president, has launched this initiative in his state house. Please give us an applause for that. It's the only country in Africa and in the world where the president has launched Iwene. And of course, Iwene includes the young girl. These are not small things, but I will not stand here and pretend they are enough. They are not. The triple threat, this conference will spend 4 days examining what you have correctly called the triple threat: SGBV, HIV infection, and adolescent pregnancy. I want to say something about each of them. These three are not separate crises. They are one crisis with three faces. A girl who experiences a gender-based violence is more vulnerable to HIV. A girl who becomes pregnant as an adolescent is more likely to drop out of school and less likely to access reproductive health services for her next pregnancy. A girl who has never received accurate, age-appropriate information about her own body is poorly equipped to protect herself from any of the three conditions. In 2025, 41% of the new HIV infection in Kenya were among adolescents, young people aged between 15 to 24. Mother-to-child transmission rose from 7.3 to 9.3%. In Garissa, just 15% of adolescent girls have comprehensive HIV knowledge. Only 26% of adolescent girls nationally know that a condom prevents HIV transmission. These are not gaps in statistics, they are gaps in survival. We are committed to closing this gap through investment in comprehensive sexuality education, through rebuilding the community-based prevention programs that donor cuts dismantled, through training healthcare workers to provide adolescent-friendly services without judgment, and through making sure that the medicines, commodities, and tools that protect the young people are available at the facilities they can actually reach. This conference has rightly identified barriers to access as a central agenda item: distance, cost, stigma, the judgmental healthcare worker, the facility with no youth-friendly service space, and the community norm that tells a young woman that seeking contraception is shameful. These barriers are not natural, they were built, and what was built can be dismantled, but not by the Ministry of Health alone. Removing these barriers requires efforts from every corner, including community and religious leaders, the private sector, and most of all, the young people who are navigating them every day and have the clearest view of what needs to change. Policy change without youth participation is not policy change, it is policy imposition, and we have had enough of that. I want to speak now directly to the young people in this room and to the millions across Africa they represent. This conference exists because of you, the policies being debated here, the research being presented, the advocacy being planned. All of it is in service of your right to determine your own future, your health, your choices. These are rights that governments are obligated to protect, whether or not it is politically convenient. This government wants to, you in this room, the This government wants you in the room when decisions are made, not consulted after the fact, not represented by adults who speak on your behalf without asking what you think. You are present, you are heard, and you are counted. As I open this conference, I make one ask of every person in this room. Do not leave Mombasa with only a contact and a certificate. Leave with a commitment to take the evidence produced here back to your governments and demand accountability for it. A commitment to fund adolescent SRHR as a foundation, not as an afterthought. A commitment to ensure that the policy briefs this conference produces land on desks of people who have the power to act on them and that they are held to account when they do not. Kenya stands ready to partner with every country in this room. We do not have all the answers, but we have made our choice. We are betting on Africa's young people. We are investing in their health, their education, their agency, and their future. This is the era of acceleration, and it starts today in this room in Mombasa. I wish you a productive, bold, and consequential 4 days. I now have the honor of officially declaring the 9th RH Pan-African Adolescent and Youth Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Scientific Conference officially open. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bashir. What an honor. And as a Kenyan, truly, truly proud to always see my country, my government representing. One thing, Dr. Bashir, thank you for waiting for those 4 hours. I have been in conferences where, and not just in Kenya, where the government says, oh, we need to rush. So can you move my speech to come to be the second person? But, Daktari, thank you. The last person to speak to officially open this conference. A round of applause for Dr. Bashir once again. Linus, how are you feeling?
Wow, 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 wow. Donc, ce que je comprends aujourd'hui, au cours de 3 jours qui viennent, on va parler de collaboration, innovation, excellence africaine, inclusion, diversité, résilience, solidarité, impact et action.
Impact and action. Those are the only 2 words I've been picking from you, leaders. Impact and action. Guys, stop laughing. By the end of this conference, I'll be a fluent in French speaker. Thank you, Lina, for impact and action. Like Dr. Bashir has said, do not leave this conference with just a contact and a certificate. We are looking forward to commitments, good people. That marks the end of our opening ceremony. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Now we will all stay put as our guests walk out. All of you on the front seat and those with the red tag. There's a protocol person that will be at the front there. Stuart, where are you? To please usher you to where we will take the photos. Please, the rest of us, let's remain seated and looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. we have our spotlight speakers and also the plenary sessions. So all of the plenary sessions will be here. Behind your badge, there is a QR code. If you scan that code, you will see the full program. Thank you so much, our guests, for honoring us. As you walk out for the photo opportunity, please, the media team, let's play that video once again. And we now wish everyone a wonderful, wonderful evening. So as the guests walk out, please, let's remain seated and we can use the back door after a while to exit. Thank you, good people, and see you tomorrow.
Merci beaucoup. On se revoit demain à 8h30. Si vous voulez savoir à propos du programme, vous pouvez scanner votre badge là pour savoir ce qui va se passer demain à partir de 8h30. On se revoit demain. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs.
Vijana hoye, hoye hoye. Afrika hoye, hoye hoye. RNHK. Hello. Vijana hoye, hoye hoye. Afrika hoye, hoye hoye. RNHK.
When we come to the conference, you're going to blow up these voices of young people. Even though they're not going to be in the room, you're going to be a representation of them.
No decisions should be made without young people. So for them to be included, they should be on the table.
Tuko tayari Mombasa, karibu nyumbani, shika mkeka. RNHK. Jisikie huru, hapa umefika. RNHK. Hakuna presha, hapa raha mpwito mpwito. Ngoma inakesha, furaha bila mwisho, mama yo. Karibu Mombasa,
Mwenyeji nipone,
karibu Mombasa,
shida zote zikome.
karibu Mombasa.
Mwenyeji nipone mama yo.
We dubbed this color fest chini ya mnazi to understand that everyone has a different color, everyone shines differently, but despite all the colors, despite the difference, we are all of equal rights, and SRHR rights are human rights.
Afrika hoye, hoye hoye. Vijana, Afrika hoye, hoye hoye. RNHK. Hoye hoye.
It is an honor